It's called your morning biggin.
What?
It's 6 years. Yeah, we're ready. Good morning, everyone, and we're starting again this morning. Thanks for being here on time. For the fire department, we have with us Chief Joe,
Morning, Mayor. Morning, Council.
and we have AC Ross. Good to see you again. We don't see you much anymore. Just trying to do his job.
Trying to do his best to stay away.
And then we have the one, the only Eric. So good morning, Mr. Quiller. Go to head.
All right. So I'll just start off real quick with the organizational chart. You know, we went up to the additional firefighters in town now, so we actually have, it's showing 4 vacancies right now, but actually I got 2 hopefully coming on February 11th. And then we're doing another round of testing for 2 more firefighters on the 21st. So hopefully by March we'll be completely fully staffed again. We have 10 applicants right now for the testing on the 21st, so we're getting more applicants as we go along this year, so it's really good.
Sweet.
Alrighty, and that goes back, starts with our strategic plan on staffing for safety and emergencies, and we're, like I said, we're up to the 27 staff members with myself, Ross, and Elaine and Eric. That puts 31 in the fire department area. We are still not up to the NFPA standards, but that's a hard standard to meet. NFPA standards basically requires 4 people per truck per call based on the size of the building. So, you know, it's just a hard thing for anybody to get to. We just list that because that is the standard that we're trying to meet, and it's a tough one to meet. So for us to meet that, we'd have to expand stations, build bigger stations, and add more trucks and stuff, so bigger trucks. So it's just a benchmark that we're trying to get to. Whether we do or not, that's another thing, but we are on the right route to get to that by bringing these 6 people in from the airport, so that really helped us out a lot. We did see a slight decrease in call volume from 22 to 23, just 5 calls difference. This year, we're already starting off strong with a lot of calls. We're just staying busy all the time. I mean, we'll probably stay right around that 2,000 mark for a while as things get going. And, you know, this next year, I know we got a lot more events coming up, so we may see even a bigger increase in volumes of calls. Any questions in that portion?
No, sir.
Alrighty, fire apparatus maintenance replacement program, improved responses. So we are getting some new trucks in. We did get our new Class A in. It's in the process of getting all the brackets ordered so we can get it rocking and rolling. It seems to work good, pump good. We just have to get all the brackets and hoses and stuff put on them. We're waiting on those parts to arrive so we can get that up and running. We're going to plan on having an open house here hopefully sometime in February or March to show off all of our trucks. We got our 2 new Wildland trucks. Their stickers are almost on them. We've got 2 administrative trucks. We're getting the stickers put on and radios in as well. So we got our air trailer. So we got a lot to show off, a lot of good equipment this last year to help us out.
So what do you call the big new one?
It's a Class A.
Class A. Okay.
And it's going to Station 2 or Station
It'll go to Station 3. We're going to run it out of Station 1 for a little while, work the kinks out of it, then it'll be up in the Upper Canyon because those are our worst roads, and it is a 4-wheel drive truck.
And it'll fit in there?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, good.
That's when they ordered it. They measured it to make sure it would fit in that station when Chief.
And one of the new grass rigs will go in there also,
Yes,
or Wildland, sorry.
yes, yes, sir.
You just think about driving through the grass.
I was gonna say,
Spring.
coming back in the old flat country, that's what they call it.
Yep. Let's see here. So this past year, we did do 60 mutual aid calls with the county and Lincoln and Otero, and some of that did include some of the state forestry through our RMP programs. Let's see here.
What do you call mutual aid going out of town?
If
Yeah.
the county calls and needs help, Lenco, Lincoln, whoever needs.
Oregon's
and mutual aid, yes. Anywhere outside of the village limits is a
Okay.
mutual aid call.
Okay,
And we do have mutual aid agreements with the county. We just got our mutual aid agreement back from the state for the RMP assignments as well.
yes.
So we're looking at, for equipment wise, we'd like to look at ordering another Class A, hopefully later on this year to get in and inbound. The 2 that we have are getting older, and we're starting to have a few issues, but, you know, as what we've seen from this last one, it takes a couple of years to get one of those inbounds, so hopefully I'll be meeting with Judy later on this year, and we'll see where our fire funds are, and see if we can get some grants and stuff to purchase another one. They run about $550,000 to $600,000 for a truck, so it's a lot of money that we've got to come up with, but we're doing pretty good right now with funding, so we're in pretty good shape.
Beautiful.
Let's see here, like I said, we did get the 2 Type 6 trucks purchased, and they're almost ready to rock and roll. Let's see here, fire protection for the village. We do have our ISO inspection coming up. They keep putting it off, but it is scheduled for March or April.
We're gonna have a visit in April, and we're gonna have a visit this coming month with the state. So the state does a pre-assessment, like a pre-inspection. Kind of tells us, any deficiencies, that we need to prepare for when the actual ISO organization comes in. When we did that this past year, we had some deficiencies, and we've already made all those corrections, so we had to order some ladders, we had to just fix some things. But those things are all taken care of and complete now, so we should be in pretty good shape.
And none of that would have put us down below Class 2. It would have kept us in the Class 2. We're just gonna be a stronger 2 now with what they suggested last year.
Okay, so where does the fire line rating run in all this?
That's something I'm still trying to research how that is, because that's just something brand new they just initiated.
Because
with
that's
us.
one of the things I've asked Tim Johnson, that's the new guy that with the municipal league, to do some research.
Yeah.
Because he gave me one of these when,
And the first time I really heard about it was in that insurance.
in that meeting.
this year. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And I've talked to several others, and they said, yeah, that is, they have a map, and it's just, that they didn't let anybody know.
Yeah, they have
Well,
it, so.
one thing that we've been doing is people have called and said, hey, my insurance is dropping, or whatever, you know, I can't get it. We've been going out and doing surveys of their property, because some of them are looking at older Google images.
Yeah.
And, one call was right up here, and they said, well, I can't get insurance because they're saying a fire truck can't come up here. So I had a truck go up there and took a picture of the truck in front of the house. And so we wrote up.
Somebody on a computer.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
So we wrote up
Yes,
a
sir.
report, and we talked about all the safety features of the home, what they've done, it's mitigated, whatever, they met, Cook's requirements. And so we wrote them a report, and they were able to maintain their insurance. So if people will call, we're starting to provide that service.
That's nice.
It is, and it takes a little while to get it done, but we're trying to push back a little bit on some of these insurance
Wow.
companies to say, hey.
I wish those people would send us a attaboy for you.
I know.
And
That's
Ross has
a
been
lot of
going,
extra work.
Mayor and Council, Ross has also been talking to people in the county, because people in the county call us.
Yep.
And ask us the same things as well as y'all. And we've been trying to give them suggestions, and he goes out and inspects some properties every once in a while in the county, just to give them ideas on what we need to do, what they might need to do, or talk to the insurance companies about, so.
It's amazing, since our meeting in January with that, the fire and the insurance, there's been a lot of talk on Facebook now, talking about ISO.
What about,
And nobody knew that at first.
just a thought, and I know Katie would probably be slapping me if she was here, but if you could get with her and come up with a call, so you'd have a call card for going and doing that.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, again, I'm
It
just
helps.
suggesting it,
No.
so that not only for your number over here, but if somebody said, okay, well, how many of those did you do? Well, I can look back and I did 20 of them, or I did 10.
Officially 20 on the dispatch side versus him just on his calendar.
Right.
Sure, sure.
I mean, again, just a suggestion.
And we're doing and I'm trying to offer up a little mitigation strategies for people on just their commercial buildings that have some, interface.
Sure.
Like off of Fifth Street and stuff like that, so we're trying to make it all whole thing.
Well, and what made me think of, when you're going so far down as getting a truck and taking it up there, then it,
Well, that to
hey.
me was just a ridiculous notion that you can't get insurance because somebody's
Yeah.
looking at
Oh,
a
yeah.
picture,
I mean,
No, well, let's get a truck up here.
That's the insurance
and
business.
that's awesome. That's a good plan.
But that's a good point, because also in discussions that we have with our brethren in the county, we had one come to the State of the Village, and he was this, that, and the other, but they always have that, we just do our own thing. It's all about us, and so that's another good thing if we have,
Yes, sir.
just to show that we do reach out.
Yes, sir.
So I'm glad you're doing it.
The one thing I forgot to add on the fire apparatus maintenance and replacement programs is we're actually gonna be putting in for an AFG grant, Assistance to Firefighter Grant, for about $450,000 to start replacing SCBA's and bunker gear. You know, those are, they've got some new standards out on our SCBA packs, so the new ones are gonna run us about $360,000, and bunker gear is gonna run us another second set, starting to get second sets for people is gonna run us about $60,000. So we're fixing the grant application just opened and it ends in March, so we'll get that grant application started and going, so we can try to see if we can get some funding for that as well.
Those AFG grants are very difficult to get because there's billions of dollars worth of requests for millions of dollars worth of money. So, we tried for the state grant, we did not get it this year, but we did get the trailer the year before. So if we don't get this, we still plan to, apply again for the state grant cycle, which is gonna be September, October.
Yes. We got some other plans for that money
And
as
if
well.
we do get that money, then we'll apply for something.
What is SVA? Is that what you said? SCBA?
Self-contained breathing apparatus,
Oh.
air packs.
Air bottles.
So,
The other one's just out of date, or?
They're out of date and there's some connectivities they call, buddy breathing. So you can
upgrades,
connect
upgrade
to each other
systems.
And stuff like that.
Right, okay.
And so there's been some changes and modifications.
Same oxygen bottles and stuff?
Some of
Will we
them,
still be able to use our oxygen maker?
yes.
Yes, all of our tank, both our tank at the station and our new trailer, yes, we will be able to fill
Yeah,
this
They
with
have
that.
universal adapters, so, you know, if something changes with your packs, the companies usually start sending out some sort of adapter device that you can use for time.
Okay.
So yes, absolutely.
And this, that 300,000, that doesn't include the clothing or the bunker gear? Is the bunker gear clothing?
400, if we go to 400 or 460,000, that will. The 360,000 is just for the packs and the bottles, is what that covers. So
The packs that hold the tank, those, I wanna say are $90.
yes, a piece.
The
Oh my
bottles are not
gosh.
that expensive, but the packs are what, the expensive part of the whole thing.
Mr. Mayor, typically, what's the liter flow on those for your oxygen?
It's 5,500 PSI.
What, you mean for the bottle, but what's the liter flow to the nose?
It's an on-demand thing, so they breathe, it goes in. I'm not sure exactly what the actual,
I was just curious, because they have some now that are concentrators, but if it's a high liter flow, that won't work. And I just wondered if
and
they,
these aren't concentrated, so.
well, obviously not, if they're 5
They
liter
have a
flow.
diffuser on them. When you click
Right.
in, as soon as you inhale, the bottle's activated.
Okay,
It's supposed to be the 21% O2 that you're breathing in, just like the outdoor air. And so as soon as you click in and you inhale, that starts the system.
so it's room air.
Yes, it is room air, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yes, it's not oxygen, it is room
gotcha.
air.
But if it's room air and it's smoky, what does that,
It's clean.
It's clean air because it's coming out of the bottle.
okay,
And then those bottles last maybe 25 to 30 minutes, depending on
okay.
how the fire goes, and then we have to change them out. So we've got 30-something bottles, 40-something bottles, so everybody can change as they go.
Got it.
So the breathing bottles are room air?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Just to help you get inside and
Yeah, but that equipment that we got in, I thought it was to make oxygen. It's just to compress air.
It's compressed air, yeah. Just like their
That's a lot of money for a compressor. Oh, Counselor Hooker could have rigged you up one. Probably with a Jeep under it.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
slide in there.
Once again, what does ISO stand for?
Insurance Service Office.
Thank you.
It's actually located in Chicago, and they do the insurance ratings for the nation.
Thank you.
So I have a question for, possibly Eric might know the answer to that, because you mentioned that, and it's been said about the different insurance companies looking at the Google Maps and Google Earth. So do you know how often they update those photographs, if
Those are usually at a 7-year period.
7-year period?
You can go into the system and request a satellite to fly by, but that's usually a 3 to 4 year time frame. It's just kind of in their cue cards of, okay, we'll get to that. But yeah, it's usually 5 to 7 years.
Lot can change.
A whole lot changes.
So any changes would take 3 to 5 years, you said?
Could be.
Could be.
Council Letterman, the ISO, the actual number that they put out is called a PPC rating, Public Protection Classification Rating. So it's performed by ISO, but it's actually called a PPC, the actual number.
What if we held a class, or we talk about it on the radio more, on
Absolutely.
going in and doing it, and then we start getting the advertising, the marketing to the people in the county? So a lot of it's just common sense stuff. You know, don't pile your wood here, clean your grass off here, you need the branches 10 feet off the ground or 20 feet or whatever it is. That kind of stuff. And then, I don't want to create a ton of work for you, but, you know,
Well, that can go back into our prevention education, so, and we need to do that to keep up that score. So, and the more of that we do, the less structural firefighting we have to do. So I'd rather do that all day long.
I think that's a great idea.
structural fire, I just wonder if I turned that space heater off.
I hope so.
Well, if it tipped, it'll be off.
Well,
Hey,
well, it's a
Chief,
new one.
before you go on, your slides, you need to look back, because I was trying to track you here, and you got goal 2 twice and
What did
no
I do?
goal 4.
Did I
Just-
mess up some goals here?
That's just the admin thing, like I said, I was like, where are we? But it, just so you can,
Oh, yeah, I did, okay, I see what I did, okay.
no worries.
I can fix those up, yep, yes, sir.
Mayor and council, just an aside on what we've been discussing, it almost sounds like, and I know we've probably done this in multiple ways, but coordinating all the insurance companies, because it seems like if fire is constantly going out to do small reports or to justify things, and it may be for 1 or 2 or 3 different insurance companies, it may be of use, if we haven't already done it, and I'm not sure, in my time here, to reach out and say, hey, insurance companies at this level, what are you all looking at altogether? And can we just get these 5 or 10 things knocked out once and write a report for you so all of you know a single truck can fit up this road? Or, you know, whatever it is that we're being asked of in certain areas, and just to help. I know that's obviously not part of the fire line discussion, but maybe that might be able to assist so you're not doing as much work as needed, so.
And on some of that inspection stuff, you know, Dick's crew are out there doing that stuff as well, so, you know, you're pulling in a lot of people to help with that reduction.
Well, and to that point, I was in the room when the insurance company called and said, hey, can you put this number on this form and make sure the date's there? And then 6 days later, another company called. And so it just seems like there might be some consolidation on some things that we can work together on to maybe assist, but I'm not 100% familiar with it, so I'm not sure if that would harm or help, but.
Okay. Right. And talk about this risk reduction, and so that goes into the next goal, that it's gonna be goal 4, that I misnumbered. Implement community risk reduction plan and program, so that's working with the fire chief, the fire marshal, village forestry. That's all the thinning stuff Dick and his crew does. It's our smoke detector program that we do. We can have the PSAs in there on the insurance and ISO rating and stuff, so we can get all this stuff going a little bit better and try to get a little more information out to the community. We can do more PSAs on the defendable space around the houses and stuff, and I know I'm working with Eric to start getting out to some of these community events that we have at the convention center to put out all that information as well. Again, start participating in those events for emergency notification and getting all that information out there on risk reduction.
Okay.
And if y'all can think how we could tie that theme into this new movie, the Lost Bus, with all, there's getting to be a ton of publicity, you know, because it's about fire, and then how we can spin off, you know, everybody knows it's not if,
That's when.
but, you know, how can we segue some of that in there for a lift on awareness?
So we can work with the ad council, and work with, public radio and public television. I know there's grants out there that we can go for. And I know that they have, the Ready campaign by FEMA, and the federal government, as well as the state, agencies. I know back in some other states, they, parent, like I know, with the Barbie movie that
Yep.
came out, they, kind of tailed it with, some preparedness messaging, and they did billboards and stuff like that. So I can start looking into that.
Get with
Did you
Eddie.
see the Barbie movie?
I did not. I saw
you?
Oppenheimer.
Loved it. No, we didn't watch it.
He has 2 DVDs.
But I do have the Dream House.
I think it would be really cool if we could maybe tie in Parks and Rec and do a, when you're entering to win the vehicles, like a fire safety challenge, like go get your house mitigated and that will give you a chance to win.
Oh,
Put that in as a, or even, visit some fire stations, get some education
Yeah.
and tie that into some of those challenges so you can, get a chance to enter.
Porsche. Whose is it?
Have y'all ever done anything to schools?
Yes, we reach out to schools every year.
And you do a presentation to the kiddos and all that?
This is October is Fire Safety Month.
Okay.
And since we started the MOU with the state, we've been over there doing the inspections as well, so that's helpful.
And Mayor and Council, we've had the advertisements at the theater. We did that a
Yep.
few years ago, Mayor, you remember that? And something that it worked well, and we got with Carrie, and we'll look at that again also.
our newsletter.
Yeah.
Newsletter is huge, yeah.
We've had it in there. We had it in October,
Right.
but it sounds like that we really need to be more,
We need to we need to really start hitting it hard now because we are coming in that wildfire season, so we can start pushing out a bunch of information right now.
And if we can get somebody from the state on the insurance part of it to, I know the mayor has contacts now with the New Mexico Municipal League to,
yeah, we'll try that action because the insurance, what do they call him?
he's the czar, I guess, is he the czar?
They're I can't remember what he's called, that position, but we didn't get a whole lot of help out of them at all.
No. Is it the commission?
Yeah, he is an insurance commission.
Yeah,
Yes.
but that position's called a certain title.
Right.
Insurance commissioner?
I think something like that, yeah.
And anyway, we called when all this was going on, because I know before, when there were catastrophes in Florida, Missouri, New Orleans, Louisiana, and all of that, those governors would step up, put pressure on the insurance companies. And all they got is, well, we're a community of less than 2 million, we don't, that's kind of like, we don't have that much clout. So that was kind of what I got back from their office. We'll do our best.
Yeah.
And then they just dropped it. So it's the whole, don't see, don't tell. So, anyway.
Any questions on the implementation of community risk reduction stuff?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, what did you have in mind for your elderly fall prevention? You got night lights and rubber back throw rugs and that sort of thing, or what is that?
That's some stuff that we'll be working with Eric on. He's getting some information out there for people to sign up for different assistance. I know they can call they call 911 and we go and pick help
Page
them up
80.
and stuff. It's more of a community service that we'd like to try to work on.
Under, I don't know what goal number it is. Goal 5?
Goal 5.
Community risk
risk.
reduction 2024 smoke detector
Yeah, elderly fall
program and
protection.
elderly fall prevention.
We'll work with Eric a little more on that to get in there for his call program that he set up for people calling for assistance. They call 911, we send ambulances and fire trucks, and sometimes that's too much for some of those little fall victims. They just need somebody to pick them up off
Get them off the
from
floor.
a chair. That's all they need. They're not injured, but the ambulance responds and fire trucks.
Are those excessive? Because, other communities, even Odessa's this way, you get like 2 calls a year. And after that, they start charging. It's like $500. So
We
they
do
came out
have
with a
quite a few calls.
plan, like an insurance plan that you can buy through the local fire department, everybody buys into.
Soon tight.
You don't get charged.
Bless you.
Some jurisdictions are doing a thing called revenue rescue.
Oh.
So you get a fee charged to you, like vehicle accident cleanups and stuff like that.
Yep.
Departments are charging.
Well, we should, like charging back insurance companies
Yes.
for their auto, but I'm talking about at your house. People calling saying, help, I can't get up or whatever, because I talked to the couple of council members in Odessa, and they said they were having tons of calls just going over to help people get out of chairs, just assist, just stuff like that, but it took resources, fuel, people away, so they started a program where you buy in, and it's, maybe like $100 a year, I think it was.
So there's also one called Community Health. And community health, like, Midland Fire Department has community health, so it's fire department personnel. They have an off-duty nurse that comes and works for them. And so they handle all those types of calls to alleviate third-party medical cost and that kind of billing, and not waste an ambulance time for a simple thing. So they'll go help them, they'll go check out their blood pressure and stuff like that. So that's another program that I'm aware of. I know Midland does.
But that's free?
They bill their insurance companies.
Their health insurance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have to have somebody that knows how to file insurance. That's a whole other
That's
can of
a,
worms.
That's a killer.
But we do have our frequent flyers that are on lift assist calls
Yep.
constantly, so yes, we do.
Yep. But I had that information at one time, and I'll find it again. I don't know, it just, there was other things going on. It didn't seem like it was appropriate at the time, but depending on how many of those type of calls we have to the same people, because my in-laws got in the habit of, he can't pick her up, and she would get in positions she knew she shouldn't be in, and she wasn't doing rehab, and so, you know, they just call the fire department, you know, once, twice, 3, 4 times a week, you know, and then finally, they sent him a bill for $500, and he's like, oh, well, you can get your own butt up, you know, that kind of deal, and then next thing you know, they got this plan that came out, so you think about it, if you have 1,000 people, you know, that helps, that, and it's $100 a year or 200 or whatever it was, that
Yes, sir.
that do that, I don't know if we would have that much respond to it here, but he said it made a huge difference in Odessa.
And we can look at the call volume, because we mark our calls what they are on our run reports and stuff, so I can get some numbers on how many of those things we do, and see how feasible it would be.
Okay. Medicare pays that?
I don't know exactly who's paying for that, but I know that that's a program that's starting to pop up in other jurisdictions.
Well, I mean, just everything that we're going over on these budgets, and we look at what our overall personnel costs, you know, we're over 70, you know, percent. And so you start looking at all of these different things, it's like, how do we generate revenue, like user fees? And I don't want to use the word abuse, but user fees, you know, and you get so many. And then after that, we're, you know, help us pay for this somehow. And that's unfortunately the avenues that we're getting left to, is how do we, you know, how do we continue to provide those services? And we want to have level of services that are very high.
We can make some calls. I can call over to Midland Fire and ask them.
And ask them about Odessa too, because that's the one that had it.
Okay.
And then San Angelo was talking about it. I went to a meeting there one day, and so this is after you've been there, but this was last year when I was there having that procedure done. And, you know, that's what I do, hang out at city council
There
meetings.
you go.
We're doing that right now, but I know that there was a discussion, because I talked to the retired chief.
Yeah, they were just discussing it because they'd had a higher call volume.
and we'll visit with Todd over at the hospital also, because, I mean, they go out on ambulance also goes on calls a lot of times.
And we want to be able to do the wellness checks, because I know some of these people personally, and
Yes, sir.
things happen. They just can't get up, or they roll off the wrong side of the bed and they're stuck.
Well, I like the community health program, because the ambulances can then be saved for the real stuff, you know, the transports. We wouldn't get tied up all the time. I mean, we're there to help prep and package for the ambulance to come pick them up, and that would save a lot.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, but do you want to know what prep and package is?
No, I don't. How is it that the firemen get to the call faster than anybody else?
Because we're in 3 separate locations, or we're floating around, and Lincoln County's usually just at their station. So we can usually just get there quickly, and sometimes they beat us. But that's usually all.
Yeah,
it is.
most of the time, we got Station 2, we got Station 3, so
I
we're
understand, yeah.
close in proximity.
Okay.
They do have an ambulance now over at the Benito
Yeah.
Fire Station.
Fire stations.
So they're trying to expand their reach a little bit, and they've got one now over in Carrizozo, I believe, as well.
That's not a critique, it's a thank you very much. I've been in a couple of those, and it was very nice to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that community, what you call that, community health?
Community health.
Community health there. I guess you could probably reach out with the Todd and ask if he could maybe talk to his RNs, or what do you have to have, at least an RN or an LPN, or what?
I don't know exactly how they're doing it. I know that in Midland, they have, nurses and they're fire department vehicles. So I don't know if they're firefighters that are off shift and they go with an LVN or an RN and they handle some of those simple calls. But I can get more information on it. I'm
Sure.
not exactly sure on all the specifics.
Yeah, but are they, like, say, on call, or they,
They're usually
say, staffed during that
stationed. I
time?
mean, they're usually staffed.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's how we do it. But we can definitely find out.
Sure, that sounds very intriguing.
It does.
Make sure you have good fitting shoes. That should be one thing. Because most of the ones that I found out, they're wearing a big old fluffy deal of slippers and they hang a toe somewhere.
Shag rugs were a big one.
And they always say, I knew I was gonna get rid of those. A broken hip later, a year later, they're still in the same house shoes.
Oh, fluffy flip-flops.
Yeah, it's like, how many feet go in that thing? It's that wide?
The last thing on my list is the building and property maintenance. With aging infrastructure, all of our facilities are starting to need some repairs and maintenance. We received some updated fleets equipment, so we're gonna need to enlarge Station 2 is what our plan is, add 2 state bays onto it. At one time, it was planned to have 2 additional bays on it. The budget at some point in time, I believe, didn't allow that, so I've been talking with Michael and, Manager Sena, and we're gonna be asking the state as well for assistance funding to try to get, funding to add 2 bays to Station 2, to add our wildland trucks and some trailers that we got and some of our other equipment. And I got an estimate from White Sands Construction earlier this year, $600,000 to add those 2 bays. So we've got a number out there, so we can start looking at funding, whether it's gonna be a grant for the state fire marshal's office, if we have to do a loan, whatever we need to do. And Michael might have some additional funding available that we're looking at as well. So we're working that way on Station 2.
Joe, do we have a design on that already? Is there?
No.
It wasn't with the original building?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't find
This
any.
is adding the 2 bays?
Yes, sir. Just off of this end of Station 2 right over here.
Going towards the park,
Sunny slope?
No, going
Towards the hill?
towards the hill.
towards the hill?
Towards the hill, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the bays, because you got the offices and
Right,
stuff on
right.
Right, going to.
the
Okay.
west side.
2 additional bays off those.
Got it.
bays.
Yeah.
And our plan is to make them pull-throughs. Those others aren't pull-throughs, so we can just take a truck in and around and out.
Yeah. That'd be good.
All of our stations, the driveways and parking areas are needing repairs, of course, with all the weather and potholes and salt and stuff, so we're gonna be looking at trying to find some funding for that as well. We are working on some additional storage areas at Station 1. We're getting some Conex boxes in there. We're gonna be putting wood fences up around them so we can have additional storage for some of our additional equipment that we're getting in. We were talking about some additional covered parking to protect our trailers and equipment a little bit better over at Station 1 and Station 2. Station 3, it's kind of hard to do anything at Station 3 because it's so
Yeah.
small. But I think we can get some additional overhead covered parking for our vehicles as well as our firefighters' vehicles in the weather time. And we're looking at using Wingfield Park area, the old purchasing building as possible substation. We've actually got a wildland truck stationed over there at this time. So we can, if we can get that into a substation and set it up during events as a first aid station as well, we can use that as an official substation and get additional points and additional funding from the State Fire Marshal's office and additional points.
As long as you have staff. It kind of sounds like the airport a little, but, so this was, y'all had this at the meeting too, on the closure of Center Street meeting?
Yes.
So that could be nice to be figured in.
Yes.
But I thought the building was full of Parks and Rec stuff. Have y'all discussed anything with them?
It is, and we have, and they moved some things around for us, so we backed that truck in there. But if you're looking at the first bay, first side of the building, there's office space and be a great place to, house a couple of firefighters or, even for Lincoln County EMS to back up during our big events. That'd be a perfect location for that.
And there's already a little bed in there that we could use set up as a aid for the aid station and stuff. So we've met with Matt and T-Bone and them all about what we can be looking at over there. Usually we just set the ambulances and stuff back in that parking lot on the back. We have a building that'll make it a little more accessible for everybody to get to.
Yep.
Okay. So you're looking at over $1 million?
Yes, sir.
We'll need some hard numbers. I mean, this one's estimated 600.
I'll work on that. That's just some ideas that we're working on. I mean, right now, I know that building is in decent shape, the purchasing building for what we need. There's just a little bit of remodel left. I don't think we'll take a whole lot of funding on that one, but we can start looking into the funding amounts on that as well.
And then on all the equipment, and then we'll just have to,
Yeah, a
how
lot of
fast
this-
are the grants? Are
A lot
they,
of those grants.
but how fast are they awarded?
The state fire marshal's grant, that comes out, we apply in September. We usually see that money coming in available in November. The AFG grant, it could be a year out before we get anything on hear anything on the AFG grant.
Okay. And where does that grant money, how's it generated? Does anybody know what tax it's paid off of?
Mayor and council, I know a lot of with the fire marshals, a lot of it's from insurance. A lot of it's just, they have a tax on insurance, so.
So, all this EMS funding everybody's crowing about that is gonna unite the world in Santa Fe. I didn't see any of that information broke out. It's usually about pay, about, some of the other things. So, we need to ask about those things.
Some of the legislation, I know that one of the bills is for recruitment that the state fire
Yep.
marshal has coming out, $335 million. That is not for retention, it's for recruitment. So, that's just to be seen how that money gets divided up. And then, of course, the EMS funding is to try to provide more funding for our EMS services, for our supplies and stuff, because supplies are getting so outrageous. We get $18,000 a year right now for our supplies and training. We have to subsidize that through our fire fund to pay for the additional stuff, but I know they're trying to go up quite a bit on that, so everybody will see a little bit more funding in the way of EMS funding.
I was just wondering how that tax, you think it's off the insurance?
I remember back that part of it was, there's other where they, just like the liquor excise tax for DWI, it's all comes off the liquor excise tax. So they have, for different pots, the 911, you have a surcharge on your phone where you're paying into that also. So there's.
Okay.
Any more for the fire department?
I think we're good.
No, we'll get to Eric.
Yes, sir, Eric.
Once you put in the, there you go.
There we are. I usually don't need a microphone, but we'll see how it goes. Anywho, so for our tactical plans, for the first one, we have add and maintain generators on critical facilities, prioritizing radio communication towers, the convention center, the community center, the emergency operations center, and village hall. And so with that, we're already in the process. I've already went out for a hazard mitigation grant through DHSCM, and that in whole is then provided by FEMA. And so FEMA delegates the money to DHSCM, and then they delegate it to us when we put in for it. We are using 4.0 Fund grant funding, which is a preemptive approach to mitigation. So you have 404 funding, which is we've identified something that we need to fix before a disaster, and 808 funding is, we went through the recovery process and there is that need out there. And so it's just how the funding's delegated through the state government and the federal government. And so, again, coming out of the McBride fire, some of the key main concerns were we lost communications for our public safety radio network. And then the convention center was a shelter facility, but we didn't have power there. And so those were some after-action items that were first addressed when I came on board with the village, and that's been a priority since day one. And it aligns with our strategic plan as well, or our comprehensive plan rather, in terms of getting services to the community. We're providing that service for sheltering if we do have a evacuation for not just Ruidoso, but also our surrounding jurisdiction as well, Lincoln County, Mescalero, stuff like that. Kind of goes back to what Chief said when we have those mutual aid. It's not just mutual aid calls that go out for sending fire apparatus. It's also, hey, we need these people housed. Hey, we need bottled water. Hey, we need a public works assistance team. So we're just providing those government services to people that need them in that time of need. So, with that, where we are with the grant, I was on a call with Kristen with DHSCM yesterday. She's sending over the final paperwork to hopefully get those 3 generators. It's the radio tower, so it's Pikes Peak and Camelot, and then the convention center. That's what we put in for. And then she went ahead and notified me, hey, a lot of other communities aren't acting on 404 grants right now. Do you want to put in for more generators? I was like, hell yeah, I will. So I've started up the tedious processes of going out, taking photos, putting GPS points, making sure that there's no disruption to the environment or historical presence of the site, everything that goes in with federal fundings, as we all know too well. So that's where we are with the generators. Hopefully, I'm kind of putting their feet to the fire. I said, I really need those 2 generators for the radio towers, because that was a nightmare scenario for us. If radio towers go down, which they are backup battery right now, and we can get portable generators up there, but the goal is the power goes off, they switch to natural gas, they come on immediately. And so there's no disruption to radio communications like what we saw.
'Cause we had
And so-
discussions yesterday with Convention Center, Community Center, forgot what the other ones were, that they had them on their strategic plan. But they were saying, or we were told, or I heard, that the grants are for diesel.
So they can be varied. I would take priority to diesel, because diesel, I can get diesel truck anywhere. We did see natural gas freeze during some hard freezes. I was in Texas when most of Texas went out, and the natural gas lines actually froze. And so our backup generators were minute, because we just couldn't get those started, and they were only natural gas. But we can get a diesel truck anywhere. We can get it out of Roswell, we can get it out of Portales, we can get it out of Alamogordo, or Cruces, or El Paso. And so, coming from an all hazards planner, I'm the doom and gloom over here. That's what you pay me to do. I would really strongly suggest we go with a diesel generator.
What does Fire Station Number 1 use currently for their emergency generator?
We have diesel generators there, sir. The airport has diesel generators, 2 diesel generators out there as well. I believe the PD is diesel.
No, it was gas.
That's a natural gas.
Yeah, it was natural gas, yeah, because we never had to have it filled. But another thing, when you're talking about the repeaters up there, probably a fairly cheap thought, because right now they just have a battery sitting in it, right? And it's trickle charged. With all the new things that come out with solar and the lithium batteries, they're more expensive, but they're smaller, and they have 100 amp hour, 200 amp hour, all that stuff. That might be something just to change out in the interim, fairly inexpensive to have setting up there.
Yeah, that's a great point. Good patchwork solution for the interim. I know that when we did have McBride, we didn't know that we were running off of batteries until they went dead, and we were like, oh, what happened? Well, we were using the radio so much, it substantially drained that battery. And so it could give us that leg up. But ultimate solution, I would recommend to you, Mayor, and the council, is we move in a generator direction, just for mitigation and pre-planning and preparedness.
And we all have small portable generators that we've taken up there, that's what we've done.
So those small ones, the 3,500s, the 5,000s.
Yes, sir, we do have those small ones that we take up there when needed to, if we know that power outages happen.
So right now, we don't have a generator at Convention Center?
Nope.
No.
I
We
was-
brought the portable one in.
Okay, I
Trailer
thought
look
that we
now.
had already,
No, they're $500,000, I think
I
is what it
know.
was.
Oh,
okay.
$700,000.
All right, any other generator talk? No? So moving on to the next strategic plan, or tactical plan, is updating the emergency operations plan and all 24 functional annexes and corresponding standard operating procedures. And so, in addition to that is the hazard mitigation plan as well. So all of these are different plans and documents, and it's bureaucracy at its finest. And so, the first thing that I want to talk about is the hazard mitigation plan. That's kind of current and on everyone's mind because we just discussed this during the last council meeting. And so, the resolution was passed by, each jurisdiction except one. They postponed that. That's Ruidoso Downs. That's on the, next, council meeting. They didn't turn it down. They just moved it to their council meeting. And so hopefully, when they go ahead and pass that, then we go submit that up to FEMA, they grant it, an approval letter, and then we have our new hazard mitigation plan. And so again, just a reminder, that plan is the proactive approach to disaster preparedness in terms of physical things, tactile things, putting generators on facilities, doing defensible spaces with Mr. Cook, with purchasing of just anything tactile that can help us mitigate a disaster or emergency within the village. That does open up funding source, so that 404 grant for the generators, we have to have that hazard mitigation plan to acquire those funding sources through FEMA. And so it's just kind of a checkbox that we have to do to go and do other things. And so we did get that complete. That was filed under a BRIC grant, which is a Building Resilient Infrastructures and Communities grant. And so we submitted for that grant, and that paid for the actual development of the hazard mitigation plan. It was a cost share grant, so we did have to not purchase, but cough up some money, but we then distribute it to the other communities. So it's a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. And so it's Ruidoso, it's Lincoln County, it's Ruidoso Downs, it's Carrizozo, it's Capitan, Corona as
We
well.
cough up money for?
Cough,
A cost share?
Cough share.
It was like $4,000 for us, $4,500 for us. Lincoln, Downs and stuff had a little less because they're smaller community, you know. We split it equally how we did in the initial hazard mitigation plan about 6 years ago. So it's just a small portion. of the
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's not that much.
Yeah.
But we did go ahead, generate invoices, and share that with all the other communities. And so I'm going to send those out this week, and hopefully we can get the money back to us for the next coming months, or weeks, rather. So that's the hazard mitigation plan. The emergency operations plan. So we went outsourced the hazard mitigation plan with CWG. There's an SWCG with Wendy Blackwell. And so she went ahead and helped us with that project. In terms of the emergency operation plan, that's the plan that we use when it hits the fan. That's the red binder that you see on the shelves, and you take it off and you flip to the page and we go through the procedures. Again, that is the basic plan and the 24 functional annexes that go along with that. And so we have the basic plan complete. And then we have about 7 of the 24 functional annexes complete or near complete. They just need to be signed. And so we're continuing going through that process. And so the emergency operations plan, again, these functional annexes, for an example A, which is warning. And so that is, how do we alert our public that there is an impending incident? And so that's using the siren system, that's using the reverse 911 system, the iPOS system. Even if all of that fails, a car running through neighborhoods with a PA system and a siren. And so that is the how do we do that and how do we accomplish that? And so that's more of your day-to-day, if we have an emergency, what's that next step that we need to take, that checklist? And so, we're dealing with that. That takes up a lot of time, but we are working with department heads. So, I, in coordination with certain departments, like warning is, the fire department and the police department under dispatch, because they are authorized to send emergency alerts and set off the sirens. And so those folks help me develop this plan, and we put in, how do we turn on the sirens? Oh, you go to key function F, click on radio, page it out. And so that's Annex A, for example. Annex B, communication, which is radio frequencies and stuff like that. And I won't go through all the annexes because we don't have time. I know, I saw the look, yeah. So, with that, that's the emergency operations plan. Hopefully, we could get that done here quite soon, because we are going off of the standing plan, which is from 2018, and that's just really outdated. They were using, instead of all hazards planning, they were using hazard-specific planning, so that's the wildfire section. This is an approach of, okay, all disasters have similar incidents within the disaster, instead of, A, warning, B, C, whatever for that specific plan under that wildfire. This is just a holistic approach. So with that, any questions on the all hazards, emergency operations plan, hazard mitigation plan, stuff like that? Nope. All right.
Good job.
Moving on, move the Emergency Operations Center from Fire Station 1 to the new Horton Complex. Again, this goes off of the Community Service Goal 1, Policy 101, Action Item 101A, and that's just an extension of government services. So currently, what is defined as the Emergency Operations Center, we define it in the EM world as a cold operations center. That means I have to go to the center and move tables, put in hardwire phones, laptops, stuff like that. That'll take me probably about an hour to 2 hours to set up before we can actually have staff come in and start that operation period. With the moving over to the Horton Complex, we turn on the light and we staff it. And so the time goes from 2 hours to 30 minutes, where we can page people out, get them to the operations center and start operations. And so, again, that's the Emergency Operations Center. We do plan on applying for a grant. It is through the FEMA and DHSCM, and that is the Emergency Operations Center grant. That is off of Presidential Directive Number 5, Presidential Preparedness Directive Number 5, and that is just trying to make the United States a more resilient nation towards disasters. And so that is a cost share grant. It is $25.75, and so we will have to match that grant. But it does look like it will put all the equipment in that facility. Any questions about the Emergency Operations Center?
Yes, what you're talking about then, let's say for instance during the McBride fire where they took the one particular room at the Fire Station 1 and turned that into essentially a village command center, then is that what you're talking about, creating over there at the where
Yes,
you're
sir.
having the village command center where you just walk in, like you said, turn on the lights, fire up the juice, and
Yep.
and then you're going.
Yes, sir.
So make it more space for more people to be in there as well and operating. I got during the McBride fire, we had meetings in that room, we had meetings in the kitchen, we had meetings in all the offices. This will just give us a bigger area to work, do the same job in, and keep people away from the fire station so we can do our operations out of the fire station as well.
So is there a room over there large enough for that?
Yes, and we've already pre-identified it. It is in phase 2.
Phase 2, we also are going to have a separate room for the phone, where the phone banks are going to be. And that'll be separated, so they're answering calls away from that room also.
Because during the McBride fire and some of the snowstorms, the phone banks were in the same room as everything else. So you have these people talking, and
I know you,
So
so
no.
that, and Eric's office is gonna be moved over there as well, so his office will be there, with the EOC and the phone bank room as well.
Yeah.
Good, so you got incident command is essentially in one room and
Yes, sir.
all the communications in the other.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And it helps that dispatch is over there as well. So we could just have that constant stream of general situational awareness. And my office, if something's popping off in the village, I can walk down to dispatch, kind of get a general situational awareness and go, ooh, it's time to turn the light switch on, or, oh, I should probably just go out and see if we need to size up this situation, or whatever that incident requires. And so, yes, thank you for your question, Counselor. Any other questions? All right, moving right along. So the next one is maintain, upgrade, and update and replace the outdoor warning system. Outdoor warning system, again, is just a piece of the mass communication network with the village. And so we will use other means of notifying. I will say that the outdoor warning system is an older technology. You hear the sirens, we have a lot of folks here, they don't know what the sirens is. Do I go inside? Do I run away? Do I move to higher ground? Stuff like that. And so, with that, we are upgrading the sirens. We did have 3 purchased this last budget cycle, and we do plan on purchasing 3 more. We are in the process of replacing them. We have the Upper Canyon one that is going to be replaced. It's an old civil defense siren. I want it. I think I put that on the record that I wanted that. We have the one at Fire Station 1. That will be placed. There's not one there currently. That one is going to supplement the one that is on Mescalero or
It's on Junction Road.
on Junction Road. So the goal is to move them all to our property. Some of them are on private property or easements, and we just want to bring them onto village-owned property. So the one on Junction is on a private property, and so we want to move that to Station 1. Still the same coverage, we just want to move it to our property. The last one is on Hell Hole, which is a water well on top of Camelot, and the goal is to sound the siren in that valley that 70 goes through. And so with that being on there, it'll hopefully echo and amplify the warning coverage for that area of Ruidoso.
Pine Cliff and all that area over there across the
Yeah.
city house.
And so those are the 3 sirens that are going in. We have 1 replacement and 2 new. We're working with some contractors to acquire telephone poles, getting those hardwired, and then, of course, getting those into radio communications as well, tied into our paging network for the sirens. And so those are the current sirens. We will be going out and getting a quote and hopefully purchasing 3 additional federal sirens, and those will be, again, strategically placed either in new locations. I know we talked about Hole and Gavilan and that area as well, and then some other places for that. And so hopefully, we actually do have the funding already delegated for those 3 new sirens for the next purchasing. But when we continue on this journey of replacing our outdoor warning system, we can apply for grants to get those replaced and delegated. Questions about sirens or outdoor
One
warning
I
system?
do, are those sirens capable of fitting to where you can actually talk through them? Say, for instance, if there was a communications fail every other way, that you could actually get on a microphone?
No, sadly, we just have a tone siren. They are not a PA system. And so they can do different tones, but studies shows or best practices, when you start having all these tones, people just get confused. Oh, is that an all clear? Oh, is that an evacuation? Oh,
Oh,
is that
gosh.
stuff like that? Again, it's an
Flood, is
older.
that fire?
Yeah, it's an older way of notifying people. It worked great during the Civil War, not the Civil War, excuse me.
Generators were they using then?
That was the hand-cranked ones, the Cold War, rather. Again, just outdated technology, but they do work, and they do notify the public. When the sirens ring, go ahead.
I would
and-
say they're outdated. That's some of the only things that work
Yeah.
sometimes, and especially in other areas. Every 1st and 15th, I still get a call.
Yep.
What's going on? And they'll go, oh, It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
And so it's, but that's one of the things that keeps that top of mind awareness.
definitely.
So,
But we're
And they're-
changing the perspective of you hear the sirens, tune into the radio
and
station.
what do those things run now, a piece, like 10 grand, 12 grand?
They're about 15 to 20,000 apiece.
Yeah, I remember it was something like that.
And we have delegated 70,000
That's
for the sirens.
And the installation.
Okay, and are they on our poles or P and M?
They're gonna be on our.
They're
poles.
gonna be on our
We're
poles.
Purchasing poles from DNR, Dennis Oscar. He has poles available, good poles available, so that's what we're gonna be purchasing from.
Okay,
He's getting about $200 a piece.
Yep.
that's pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Wow. For $200?
It's a good deal.
That's a great deal.
Yeah, I had to ask, are you pulling my leg or did I hear you correctly? Yeah, that was just different for me. Anywho, so I know y'all love to hear me talk, and I see the glazed look over Counselor Hooker's face. So I'll move on to my last
Born with it.
I'll move on to my last strategic plan tactical goal, and that is just going out for federal and state funding for my office. There's grants out there that help buy equipment like ShishGap, which is Homeland Security funding to buy mobile command units, or I've been talking to Chief Chavez to buy drones, and just stuff like that that can help us during response, preparedness, mitigation, and recovery projects for the OEM office. National preparedness is in the front part of mind for the federal government under this administration as well as the state government. And so there are a lot of funding opportunities out there that help build disaster resilient communities. And so I do plan on going after those. And so with that, any other questions for me or my office?
The only addition I have is, we did put summer of 2024, we're hoping sooner than 2024 on the 3 sirens, at least that's what we're pushing for. I'd like to have them in, hopefully by April 1st. I'm shooting for a little sooner. We're meeting with the contractors, trying to get everybody in line so we can get those things put in as quick as possible.
Who's the contractor on the, are you using one of the local electricians to set it up?
Lumia Electric.
Okay, all right.
And then Radio Rec will be doing the radio communications portion of it.
So on this funding that you get to, all these acronyms that you were just talking about, one of the things that always concerns me about one thing or another that we've gone into is our SCADA system and water and security and all that. Is any of those grants apply, that we could apply to Randy's department?
We can. There are, again, preparedness initiatives out there. So a lot of the forefront in mind that the federal government is doing right now is cybersecurity. We see hospitals get hijacked or water systems get hijacked, and they get locked out and they can't produce water or medical services. And so there are grants out there. I can provide a list of grants. I know me and Judy have a grant list of things that I want, and she's going to work to see if she can match funding or stuff like that. But I can share that list with y'all as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, exactly. There are grants out there that help us build disaster resilient communities in terms of waterways or infrastructure pipes, stuff like that.
And so, how many we got a portable generator for the water department, but if we lose total power, that's gonna shut off water to some parts of the community on the pumping stations. They go up Camelot and it'll kill them. But the ones down low, we still have to have pumps to circulate it. So we have a portable, how many did you have, Matthew, Adam? Yeah, and that's when you have all the different attachments, so you can hook it up to different plugs.
Did we do that during the McBride fire?
They
Okay.
drug it over there, and that's where
Yeah.
they have to have different attachments on that portable unit. But that, I think that's a big key on loss of power for extended periods of disaster and all that, if we could incorporate that, your disaster plan, it probably is.
So that's,
Water.
that's under utilities. And so that identifies if this well house goes down or this pump station goes out, how many homes are affected, what's that period that I have to work with Adam to get that up and running. And then we go over to Annex O, Human Services. Since these folks don't have water or any utilities, how do we get them bottled water? Or do we use fire hydrants? Or what do we need to do to get them water? But we do look at purchasing mobile generators, just like what Adam has, and that can be under the SHISH gap, Homeland Security money. And so we can have more generators and emergency equipment.
Well, like the little light towers, you know, generators,
plants.
we don't own any of those. I know, but we've leased them for Parks and Rec events, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
We got 3? Are they the white ones? Oh, I didn't know those were ours. They told me they were leased.
Another thing to think about it, like, from what she says, is that generator that we have, once we lose power in certain areas, we can use it to plug in and pump water, but we're also gonna need it to pump lift station.
Yeah, for sewers. Yeah, and so that's what I was wondering, how many, since she's talking about generator money, you know, those are, if we can assess.
And Mayor and
Bigger
Council,
need.
to your point, that part of the assessment actually does a lot of the review. And so as you work through these annexes, a lot of the next year or so is gonna come back with funding requests to say, these are the gaps that we have in our safety systems, whether it's water, whether it's sewer, whatever those cases are. And then it's gonna plug a dollar amount in to say, if we have this emergency, this is what it'll cost to either bring in the generator or.
I was talking about
whatever.
now.
So-
He said the
Yeah.
girl was talking about now.
Yeah, and that's the addition of like Village Hall, the Emergency Operations Center.
Those are permanent, correct?
Those are permanent fixtures, yes, sir.
So some of the grants, Mr. Mayor and Council, are, I ran into this when we were talking about generators prior with DHSEM. They won't, some of the grants won't fund portables, they only fund stationary, so you gotta
Right.
pick the right one to fit the right job.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's a good job. I mean, there's,
Yeah, excellent.
to be prepared, there's always something else.
I just got one more question, Eric. It's, you were talking about updating the emergency plan.
Yes, sir.
And, including all the 24 annexes. So I was just wondering, in that plan, do you have tiers of, just say, when you're talking about the utilities, that you be listing critical? These need to be up and running, these need to stay.
Yes.
And then you have another tier that would say, something that you could necessarily do without.
Yes, sir. So we do have classified it as critical infrastructure. And so that is like your water plant, your sewer lift station, your sewer processing plant, your hospital, your fire departments. Those are deemed critical infrastructure, Village Hall. Then you start going into triaging, to lack of a better term, of what is more important. Do we need a shelter facility or do we need Village Hall? And so then we have those tough decisions and those questions. Well, we need to shelter people. We're gonna put a generator on the convention center before we put it on Village Hall, because we're gonna have masses there. And then we determine, okay, do we need the community center or do we need Village Hall? And so those conversations that I have with you and chief and police and fire and public works of what are those facilities that we can go without for an extended period of time and not suffer consequences or just limited consequences.
So basically, if you have to put your plan into action with an incident, you take care of the critical, and then you have the discussions immediately about the following.
Yes, sir.
I'd be interested in the language on some of these grants on these. Once you start outfitting the community center with sanitary showers and additional bathrooms and then generator, whatever, you know, next thing you know, we'll be housing people if it's federal money. So I just want to look at that.
Yeah, be careful with it.
Doing homeless shelters, yes, sir.
Yeah, and the stuff that they're having to do in different parts of El Paso right now that I saw on the news this morning. Okay. All right.
Anything else for us, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Good job.
All right, thank you.
Ross, Joe.
And Ron, remind me to talk to Chief, what was it about, police chief? It just came to me, it just went. You know that old cop car? Is it on our insurance? Is it in our,
Mayor, we don't even have the title for it. Josh Richardson owns it. There's a process to donating it and having it insured. I did visit with Chief about it. If something happens to it, I mean, they could, we need to make sure that we have that covered.
I
So
just, because he said he donated it, it's ours, to the village, and then I was just curious if, driving a parade or for whatever reason, is it on our asset management? Do we have it insured? Is it?
At this point, we do not have it, and we need to get the title on that, so
Okay, so
make
you're
sure we're doing the
addressing
title
that.
transfer, yeah.
Okay, thank you. It
You bet.
just hit me yesterday and I forgot to answer it. I looked over my notes and I forgot to ask it, so. Okay. So next we'll go into, where are we at now?
Public
Public
Works.
Works.
Public Works.
I think we're gonna have Mr. Cook, he has,
Oh,
have
All right,
changed the
forestry.
schedule there, Mayor and Council, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
forestry.
Forestry.
Mr. Cook.
Good morning.
I'd like to address for just a second, Councilman Letterman had a question yesterday about the way we prioritize and if we have a systematic system of going through village property. And we do. Whenever I first came here, it was me going out and looking and seeing which areas I thought was
Oh, there it is. I thought it was just us. Thank you.
were the worst places, and we started there. But now we have areas, in other words, we did the stuff down there by Grindstone Lake, kind of in a group, and we did the things up by the snow park as a group, below Alto Lake as a group, and then the areas around Moon Mountain as a group. And so we look at each one of those. There are a lot of variables each year, and some areas have a lot of the juniper resprouts, and so they may be moved up in the priority. But those main 4 or 5 places, we look at and try to keep our 10-year rotation going through those. And so one of the things, it's not one of my primary goals, but I intend to put those on a map and systemize it for whoever precedes me will be able to follow that same.
Do we have properties in neighborhoods that, like just a lot?
We have a few, and those are also, we've gone through, I'd say 95% of the village property since I've been here, and thinned them. And, some of the things, like over by the new cemetery, we had the fire go through there, and so now we've got to go back and clean that up some.
Sure.
And we have areas where we have more bug kill, if they got more ponderosa pine, that we have to go up and clean up. So it's not a real static rotation system, but we have to respond to whatever nature gives us.
Sure. The only reason I ask that, Dick, is because a lot of times what people say to me, we'll clean our property when you clean your property, meaning the village. So I just wanted something to, thank you, you gave me my
Yeah.
answer.
That was one of the first questions I got when I got here, and I decided that the village didn't want to be in that situation.
Yeah.
And so we've really concentrated on trying to get the village property into compliance with our ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay, our first thing on the chart is organizational chart, and I've proposed a couple of new positions. One is successional, in that I'd like to move somebody in here behind Kathy. She's got so many different things going and so many different databases and things she has to do. If she and she's leaving in December.
She's retiring.
She's gonna retire in December, so I'd like to get somebody in here working with her in order to make that continuity, because it's gonna be a real mess if we don't. The other thing is that the department has acquired additional work in a lot of things, and we've acquired more village property and we have things that, a lot of things that come up like 603.
Me too.
And so we have to respond to some of those kind of things. And as I go through this, you'll find that we've kind of fallen behind in some of the things we're doing. We do a lot, but we are gradually falling behind, and COVID kind of put us behind a little bit with our certification program. And so we really need to bump that up, because we need to be getting, in order to get a 10-year rotation, we need to be doing about 1,200 a year, and we're falling a little bit short of that. So I talked to Josh, and Josh says that he has the funding that can support us if we want to, if you agree that we can fill those positions, so.
Those positions, the Tech One and a succession training for Kathy.
Yes, a success in person to follow Kathy.
And then an additional database manager.
Oh, no.
The forestry.
The database manager, the reason I put that in there is just because the person that we get to follow Kathy needs to be well up on the
Sure.
technology of databases and those kind of things, so she can make it more efficient. Right now, we're working with CityWorks to try to get some of the database things she has to pull in more efficient, but we really need somebody that really understands databases to be in that position.
Okay.
So you need one forestry fuels tech.
Yes, one forestry tech, and then the person, well, the other reason for the forestry tech is Eric is eligible for retirement the year after Kathy. And so I don't know whether he has made the commitment to retire or not, but we need that continuity so we don't lose production. Our first goal is the hazard mitigation for about 150 acres of village-owned property. And we've been doing this periodically, and I understand that we've got the chance for some state money to come down for that. I've also made application for a 1.2 or $1.4 million grant. That'll be a cost share grant that I wrote, where on village property I can cost share with some of our state money or whatever, but also I can go into a cost share with private individuals to get some of the private individuals. And the way it was written is that Ruidoso is a low-income community, and so I was able to write that so that we're really not required to have a match. So for our property or any property that's really hurting, or maybe some of the larger properties, we can, if we want to, go into providing all the money for thinning. I personally think that any property within, the landowner ought to have some investment in it. And so I'm not in favor of doing 100%, but maybe we can do a 75% or 50% or whatever if we get the grant.
I agree with you.
The other grant that I've applied for is for 4 grapple trucks, a $1.2 million. And this grant, they changed the rules a little bit so we don't have to match it. So if we get the money, we can buy 4 grapple trucks. So,
That would be great.
It would go into solid waste?
yes,
Okay. That would be good.
Yeah, it would.
just to help Jerry out.
Yeah, no kidding.
The second goal is inspect the 1,200 properties that we try to do every year. And one of the things that we're doing to maybe make that more efficient is we're going to train our contractors, do a better job of training our contractors so that they understand the ordinance and they can actually work with the landowners, maybe without being there, us being there so much. And we'd like to kind of work that in, not that we expect the responsibility is on the landowner, not on the forestry department for getting their, and we provide the service of helping them get into compliance, but there's no reason that the contractors can't have the knowledge that can do a lot of that without us having to be there.
Sure.
So that'll improve the efficiencies.
So what time in the morning, in the ordinance, can they start using those backpack blowers?
I don't know that there's a regulation that,
Well, there's a noise ordinance, because God knows I went to jail for it. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Usually it's 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. And I mean, I say that as a usual, that's kind of a standard.
I get calls every now and then over in our area. The guy's got that big steel backpack blowing pine needles. He doesn't rake them, he blows them. And he starts before 7 some mornings. I mean, as soon as it's daylight, he's out there.
the first step that we have, we're actually have a meeting scheduled with the contractors on February 8th, which is next week. And I'll mention that to them, that they ought to be cognizant of the people that are still sleeping and whatever.
I just know that we have something in there, because I know that it was limited, but I think it was, mine was 9 PM. But, just for those things starting that early, it just gets some people started off in a bad mood.
Dick,
Yes.
and with that, I really appreciate that. I think that's a great idea. Are you also going to ask the contractors that when they're thinning one piece of property, that they leave it on that piece of property, the branches and all of that, instead of taking it somewhere across the street to another person's property?
We'll talk about that, but there's other things like power lines and those kind of things that can preclude piling it right in front of your house. If there's a power line there, the grapple trunk can't do that, because I understand a few years back, we had actually a driver that was shocked pretty good by contact with an overhead wire. So there's some of those kind of things but one thing we'll tell them is, stack it in bigger stacks to make it more efficient for the grapple trucks to pick up. And also make sure our ordinance says they have to separate it between the big pieces that they carry to the dog park and the smaller pieces that they carry to Sierra Contracting.
Okay,
Those are some of the things we will cover in our meeting.
okay.
And we kind of buzzed through those first two. Are there any questions on it's pretty much the same old that we've done the last several years. Goal number 3 is educate the public. And one of the things I want to do there is get more into the social videos and those kind of things. And we've kind of been so busy in the last few years with COVID, and we kind of not got into public booths and those kind of things. And so I want to get back more to that. We're more involved with schools and teaching and those kind of things that we need to get more involved. And that's another thing that an extra position would help us do, to have the time to do some of those things. And the other thing is the public, and we do a pretty good job of educating the landowners because we meet with them individually when we go out to look at the properties. But some of the others, like the visitors and everything, there ought to be a way through the social media to do some of the things that can educate some of the people that are coming here to please don't leave your campfires attended and some of those kind of things.
Yeah.
So
And
Dick,
then-
I'm sorry for the interruption there, Bob. Just going to ask on the delinquency rate, because we used to have discussions on how many properties were delinquent when they've been notified that their time is due for compliance or an inspection. Because we used to discuss that sometime during the IFC meeting, but just came that we haven't really heard much about the deficiency rate and how many properties are out of. And then we would also get a number as far as the amount that they were deficient in.
I'm sorry, Joe, I was having a little trouble.
How
hearing
many
you.
of them are out of compliance?
Huh?
How many properties do we have out of compliance as opposed to in, I think is what his question was.
Yes, as far as the ones that have been notified that they need to get into compliance, that they're scheduled or due for inspection, but haven't responded to the village. And then, of course, then there was also the issue of how many of, with that, the monies that they would be late on.
Yeah, one of the things that we're working on is our efficiencies with the process we've been using, particularly since COVID. We send an initial letter, and then we send a reminder letter, and until we send a certified letter at the end, we get a big flurry at the end, and so we really get bottled up at the end. But we're still, for most years, we have about a 90 to 95% compliance rate. Because we've fallen a little bit behind, there's still, as we went through the thing, because of the 5 or 10% we didn't get, there's still a number of properties that have never been in compliance. Those properties, this last year, we had about 400 or 500 of those properties that never had been in compliance that we put into our implementation. And we have a number of those that have never been in compliance into compliance. And so the number you're talking about, I would guess that in compliance, we've probably got 60% of the village in compliance right now and 40% out. But as we move through, that'll increase. And if we can actually hit our 1,200 per year, then we can have nearly everybody in compliance.
What's the rotation? How many years?
10.
10?
And then what that was based on is that when they first started the program, it was a 2-year compliance, and there's no way you can keep up with 2 years with a number of properties we have. Then they went to a 5-year, and when I got here, there was no way to keep up a 5-year. And so I thought, what's logical? And so a small pine tree, once the seed is in the ground, will grow about a foot a year. And so I said in about 10 years, they could be to the size that could be a ladder fuel and really carry a fire. And so I kind of arbitrarily set that based on the growth rate of a pine tree. And so that's where the 10 years came from. And so there's some that probably need to be done a little sooner than that, some that could go longer than that if they don't have the resprouts or they don't have a good seed year for the ponderosa pine. But that's generally what we use for.
When you go, let's just say White Mountain area, does every house have to be in compliance, or the mayor's house was looked at 5 years ago, so they don't have to, they have another 5 years, but Susan's house, it was 10 years, or do you just do an area?
The evolution of the thing required us to this last year, we went to whenever they expired. So when they first started, we had some people all over town that were more aggressive and wanted to get in compliance. And so they started outside of what they call their implementation area and did others. And so through the years, there's a lot of that. And so
Okay.
just what you said can happen is that you can have one house that's 9 years out of, or 1 year to compliance, and the other one that's just got in there. And I don't know how to go back and go with the areas again, because you're still gonna have the people that are really into it and want to keep their property in compliance.
And Mayor and Council, one of the things that we're trying to do is work with solid waste right now to figure out if there's a better approach on how to tackle some of these things. One of the things that Mr. Cook has been doing, and he's educated me on, is this last year and the year before especially, we've been sending a lot more properties to municipal court.
Oh, yeah.
Which is actually, I thought it was actually significantly increasing the number of compliances. What we're seeing is that that's on average the yearly amount that goes to court. What has happened in the last 2 years has been short-term rentals. And there's been a significant amount of short-term rentals that have actually come into compliance and upped that number, but it's also put us behind as well. So we're trying to figure out a combination of what happens between short-term rentals and what happens between your regular thinning process in the 10 years to figure out if there's a more efficient way to address it. Because as Mr. Cook explained, you may have one house that's out of compliance, one house that's in compliance, and then depending on your neighborhood, people are cutting at different times, and suddenly it creates a different approach to how we provide the service. So
Yeah.
we are working on a method to see if there's an easier way to do it. Or better, not easier, but if there's a better or more efficient way. But as he just explained it, there are different things that are moving parts that make it a little bit more complicated. So we're gonna see if we can come up with something for you.
Okay, I appreciate, thank you. I just get a lot of, well, okay, so you made me do my area, but look at that house right there. And I know that's not what we're supposed to do, but that's what happens.
Well, and a lot of them, they're out of town, and we've got them
Oh,
in the
yeah.
process of notifying, go to court. And so just because you're in compliance and you can't point your finger, just take care of your business.
Absolutely.
And we're working on these people, because I used to get that all the time, and when I told them, we're working on those people, we respect private property, we're trying to find the people, it's, whatever, but they will eventually be brought into compliance in front of the judge. And he had 40-some of them last month, so I can't remember us having that full of a docket, do you?
Well, part of the reason is the number of properties that had never been certified that we put into the system. And there's lots of reasons they
Sure.
don't respond. We have deaths from some of the landowners. We have, one of the things that's kind of hit us in the rear is the number of properties that are sold in the village. And so every village, before we send a letter, we have to check to see if it's been sold and who the real owner is and what the real owner address is. And so that's one of the things that Kathy has to do to kind of juggle things around. But that's one reason. This year was an inordinate number of people we sent to court.
There
And-
was?
Yes, but even with the number we sent to court, so far, we've only had what they call 5 trials, people that pleaded not guilty. But 4 of those 5 are certifiable now. They went ahead and got their property. So we just it's going to be a formality to go to court.
Sure.
And then it'll be dropped. 1 is going to fight us in court, but that's 2 since I've been here in 15 years that we've actually had to go to the mat to deal with.
Well, and I remember years past, extensions were continually given, and then we stopped all of that. I know the court did. Once they're notified, they've got the registered letter, whatever. How does clean and lean fit into this?
Well, we would like to put in the clean and lean program, particularly some of these that have never been it's been my perception that the council wanted to focus on the ones that had junk around the house and dilapidated, those kind of things, and we were kind of on the back burner for that. But there's certainly a need for clean and lean.
And Mayor
Well,
and
could you-
council, I think if you evaluate the properties, as Mr. Cook mentioned, that have never been in compliance, I think those might meet a higher standard than those that are just
Absolutely.
coming in.
As a fire
And so
hazard, for
we-
sure.
We would be, we could probably work with, our attorney and see how that process on clean and lean would apply specifically to those homes that haven't come into compliance, outside of the ordinance for clean and lean that are current, because those are more responding to like junk issues or code issues. So this may have to be adjusted, but.
Well, that is a code issue.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
I have a question, Dick, on that, and especially with your comment there, Michael, is that, mentioning the clean and lean as far as the out-of-compliance properties, that could it be a partnering between you and Eric, Mr. Quiller, as far as the hazard mitigation program, that there might be something as far as in statutes or in that you could partner with him, and then we could come together with something that is legal, that has teeth in it?
Yeah,
That's what we're doing, aren't we?
yeah,
With
we're
Eric?
kind of doing that. The one,
Not with Eric, but we've already got something with teeth in it. They're going to court, the judge is holding them to account, they're getting them done. But that if they don't do it, then we take it to clean and lean.
Well, I think the difference there is you're talking about the structure, but here you're talking about fire mitigation.
We're talking about property. We've cleaned up property that was just junked.
And
But
Mayor,
here you're putting in the fire mitigation element into this scenario.
Well, it's an ordinance. They're not complying with the ordinance, and that's what this is all key to, ordinance.
in Mayor and Council, one of the properties that the council approved for clean and lean, the contractor went in and mowed the yard down and became compliant also on the
That's what I'm
forestry.
saying. I think we just need to get with Dick to make sure that he brings these ones that are out there that should and are not becoming compliant, and we bring them to the forefront so that we handle them just like the other, because we have the rules now. We just need to enforce them.
okay, and we have, forestry's been involved with the ones that we've been cleaned up so far. We've actually given input into Bobby as far as what needs to be done to make the property compliance. And that's another thing, we have ordinances that say in the new constructions that if somebody builds a house on a property, it has to be in compliance before they get a move-in. And so that's the other thing, it
Good
kind of
point.
spreads things out through the village.
Yeah.
So,
So you're on that checklist to do inspections.
Yeah.
And you already are on that?
oh yeah,
Good.
yeah, we've been there ever since I've been here.
But if it, okay, so I, from somewhere else, and I buy a house here, we don't have to clean and lean it, because it's not a built house. We're moving into a house. So we have to wait until the time is up on that property then.
Just on the new built house,
Okay.
just on the new constructions.
Okay.
And just to extend that part, on new constructions, and then your STRs that are being registered, so you're starting to see an increase significantly that if, as we mentioned, you have 1,200 homes that come in per year that they're reviewing. That's outside of the short-term rentals that may come in and everyone's calling us saying, hey, I just bought my house, I'm trying to put it up for short-term rental, but
I need it
your
inspected."
ordinance says it can't get inspected, and you're telling me you can't get it till a month from now. Well, it's because we already have a sectioned out time to do the evaluations on the current homes for those 1,200, because they set up their appointments, and then suddenly someone comes in with an STR and says, I want it done tomorrow. Well, it wasn't.
And we talked to Eggleston, or I did, when he was president, and of the Realtor Association about educating realtors. When you're taking a house to put it on the market, here's the things you need to do if you really want to sell it. One of them is making sure it's in compliance. And then when you do the home inspection, because all that stuff takes forever. And so we should have, you know, I mean, the average closing date, unless it's cash you walk in, take as is, those are 60, 90 days. And so you should be able to, and we've mentioned it to them, so we maybe need to sit down with Gavin Bigger and whoever's the poobah over there now and remind them, here's the process, and it would behoove you to, because, you know, we've jumped through several hoops for some of these realtors.
Yeah, there's been a couple, at least lawsuits that have to do with non-disclosure, in that this property sold, the new people moved in, and then they get a letter, you're out of compliance
Yeah,
type of things, and
Yeah.
they've actually sued the former landowner for the cost of getting in compliance. And so the realtors could really help us out a lot
Yeah, we
there.
just need to let them know that that's a big portion of it. Because I know, like in my house, I mean, it's 4 or 5 times a year, it seems like we have a throw-off now. I mean, I don't know, every time we have a big wind event, they're everywhere. So, it's constant.
But anyway, we're always looking for ways to not have to add a bunch of people, but also become more efficient so that we get the job done as efficiently as we can. And my deal is kind of efficiency and making sure we get it done on the ground.
sure.
Well, Ron, you saw that property we walked the other day, that bed pile was 5 inches deep, you know, right there off Sudworth, where they hadn't cleaned it up in a long time.
Right. Yep.
Are there any other questions? I guess that's about all I have.
Okay. Nope, thank you.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you,
Dick.
Dick.
Appreciate
To
it.
do it.
And we appreciate you guys' support, because you've been very supportive.
Okay, so we go to streets, is that right?
Public Works.
Public Works, oh, there it is.
Here they come.
What's going on here? Any update on that leak that we had this morning?
It's a 2-inch line, we've been there before, and when they repaired it, we didn't have the correct clamps to repair it, so they already know what it is. We did get the right repair clamps now, so they're gonna go and,
Well, we're drooping juniper, yeah, because we were over there, what, a week ago?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we finally got the right parts, and it just happened to start leaking now, so.
What are they, like those Cooper clamps, those rubber ones
So,
with the?
yeah, and it's leaking right on the collar, so we didn't have a collar clamp, so they had to fabricate one that night,
2-inch what?
Galvanized.
galvanized.
But drooping. We don't have any plans for that area, do we? Just
That is
replacing it?
actually that was in that's like my third priority.
After, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Josh?
Good morning.
Mayor, council.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Morning.
So I guess we'll start out with priority 1, rehab of existing sewer lines, manholes, lift stations, and hazard mitigation. As y'all know, the manholes and sewer lines project has been completed. Lift stations have also been completed, and we are about 90% on the hazard mitigation to close out. We have the 2 sites that AUI is working on at the moment, 5B and 5C. And then we can go to closeout and try to get all the closeout docs completed.
That's great.
And as you know, going forward with this, this was the main part of it, of the, I guess, the worst parts that were chosen with the funding we had. Ashley and Christella are still working on some river mitigation for stabilizations of other sites also. Any questions on that one?
No, I just can't read your org chart.
Is it too small?
Yeah, it's too small even for my spectacles here, but I was trying to see how many vacancies do you still have?
4.
4?
Yeah, in the water department, we have 4.
And the 4, okay, I was just trying to see that.
It's better than 12.
Yes.
Okay, I can see it now, I'm just having a hard time. Yeah, that's good. Okay.
So with this, the sewer line, so once this is all complete, then it's all over?
No.
As far as the FEMA funding, yes.
Well, I mean, that part of it, yeah, but we still have some additional that we had to take out of that. Remember, we didn't have enough money?
Yeah, we had 40 sites altogether.
Yeah, we dropped it down to 13,
16, it was like 16, yeah.
16, and then we spent that money, the most critical. And then we still have other armoring, other things that we're doing, and then they switched over on Two Rivers Park, that was originally one. We went after different funding to do that. So, but for the bulk of it, yeah.
Yes. And, you know, we took one off, a couple months ago, location 3, which is the upper side of North Loop Bridge, because the bridge is not there.
Right.
So the whole river dynamics is gonna be different once the bridge is put in, and we'll assist it at that time.
Okay, got it.
But for, I mean, all intensive crowing purposes, yeah,
Yes.
it is. But we still have further work to continue and go after.
Sure, okay.
Because then the bridges is what we're working
Oh,
on
yeah.
now. And Ron's gonna find that $1.6 or $8 million we were promised last year that they said, yeah, you're getting it, but we can't find it.
Still trying to locate the grant agreement. I have a grant agreement number, I just don't have the document.
And the money.
Checks in the mail.
Checks in the mail. Okay, priority 2, replacing aging infrastructure, water lines replacement, extension of sewer lines to non-serviced areas. And this is the country club area. This is the engineering. The engineering is 80%. We're in review right now. A lot of the surveys, most of the engineering's been complete in a sense. It's just going for review and making changes from there. Along with this one, I did put the service lines in Innsbrook because, you know, Josh is going with his co-op through there, so we are replacing the 98 services in Innsbrook before he goes through there, so we're not cutting up the asphalt again.
Adam,
Yes.
how many miles of water line would you say we have?
I would say about 480 miles. And that, you know, it's, the streets alone, we have right at 300 miles of streets in the village, but a lot of the streets have 2 water lines in them, 3 water lines in them, we have easements, so I estimate about 380.
Okay, that's good to know, because I did have a guy ask me that last week, and I said, man, I really don't know. And he said, well, just as the crow flies. I mean, how does the crow fly down?
Yeah.
I mean, I was
Very
like,
drunk.
Have you seen some of these crows?
maybe a raven?
I think that
I don't
crow's
know,
been in
but I just thought
local.
that was weird. Well, just as the crows fly.
And we're changing, our water lines were made of what?
The first kind of section, or first parts we went after was the 2-inch galvanized. Now we're looking at the AC lines, the asbestos cement lines. Pine Cliff, Country Club is all asbestos cement, so those are getting replaced now.
Okay, we don't want those. We want the galvanized.
Back in the day, those were
Best.
the best, but you
know.
know, over time, they're getting brittle and they're starting to,
And now it's all going to PVC.
yeah, now it's going to PVC.
And then, you know, they don't like you drinking out of plastic now, so.
That'll be next.
Got it.
But they don't get too much sunlight, I don't think. We hope not.
So Adam, just out of curiosity, y'all mentioned Juniper Hills and all that stuff. How many sewer lines have been hooked up there? Or people put on sewer? Because I remember getting back on, and Jack King, who was with the State Environmental Department, that was his big issue right in that area, saying that if the village didn't do something, the state was gonna come in. The state never did come in, but that's what he was threatening.
So in Juniper Hills area, there's only a few houses up by where you're at, that bottom part, and then Milagro Hills, when they did that subdivision, they put the sewer line in. So there's a way for those houses to actually come in and tie into that easement. But other than that, there hasn't been anything else done up there. It's just like Town and Country, the upper part of Town and Country, and some other, like, even Pine Cliff. You know, there's just the easements, the lift stations, you know, just the funding to get the sewer up there's the main part. So I would say probably maybe 20.
More or less.
20
That
issue.
aren't on sewer.
No, they
in
are
Ju-
on sewer.
There are. The rest
That's
of them are
all.
not.
The rest of them are on septic.
Septic.
Yep. So that's gonna be, like I said, that's another huge project, you know, there's the way that, well, you know, how college kind of runs like this, so there's gonna have to be a lot of easements or a lot of lift stations up there.
Are you on sewer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
been since 74.
Since,
Not me, he's talking about the other house I had, over in that subdivision.
because
Or
when Tom and I
community.
moved, we're in Juniper Hills, when we moved there, that sewer hadn't come up Meadowwood, and we were able, we couldn't live in our house until Hoyt got the sewer put in. And so
Yeah.
that's 41 years ago.
Conver, Del Norte, the bottom part of Del Norte, all that has sewer. Once you get up on College, and then you go up like Valley View and all that.
Yeah.
That's,
Okay,
there's no sewer there.
that's what I thought.
I'd have to pay, the bulk to get on sewer right now, because I'd 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you cross the road. So it's like about $8,000 a house, so 50,000. If I wanted on, I'd have to have a cost share with each of the
Right.
otherwise I'd have to pay the $50,000-$60,000.
Oh, my gosh.
And then everybody could hook onto it.
Yeah, later on they would.
But only if Joe let him.
Yeah,
You gotta pay the
He's a sewer man.
price of inflation. He'd be the mayor domo of his sewer line.
It'd be the number one and the number two.
You got number 2 business in this part of town.
Be the number 2 guy. Moving on, priority number 3, master plan and rate analysis. I'm sure Christella probably has this on hers also. The master planning has been completed, and we're looking to start the rate analysis. The engineers starting the rate analysis in the future.
And we need the 312, or do we have that allocated? Does that come out of, where does that funding come
I
from?
think it's SGRT, is that correct?
It's just some of the conversations we're having, we need to go ahead and get that deal done.
Yep.
So, because it'll take a year, won't it? 6 months?
And this is for bills,
This is for bills, yes.
okay?
That's the analysis on the solid waste, water and sewer,
Okay.
And the
and wastewater treatment.
wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah.
Moving on, priority number 4, construct new water sewer utility building yard. The building is complete. The crews have moved in. The secondary building, that was purchased, we call it the red building, down below, across from solid waste. Marty has worked with the contractors to get, the electrical hooked up in there. He's got some heaters set, and we're waiting on the plumber, or the plumber's actually waiting on us to get the gas set, to get gas to that building, so we can start parking equipment in there.
And we did
Nice.
run sewer and water to it already.
Yep. So that building's, like I said, our yard's set up. They're still working on some shelving and stuff in that shop, but it's actually really nice to have the stuff in there.
We already outgrew it, we need a bigger building.
Yeah.
You know, you get that, the first building was, I thought was huge, and once we moved in, it's like, wow.
Yep,
It's,
build a garage and you can always fill it.
Yep.
priority number 5, is the Cutler, repaving project, which is complete of, Hull Road, Reese Drive, and Service Drive. Along with that, we did do Service Road, drainage, to widen out that road, and as soon as Josh gets a little bit of free time, we'll pave that, and that'll be completed also.
And Mayor and Council will be the new grant cycle for the state New Mexico Department of Transportation funding, the same program that we did the Cutlers will be coming quick, so we'll be working on that also. And we had projects that we submitted last year that we weren't funded, but we'll reevaluate what roadways that we want to look at, so.
So we're not going to be paving much this year?
Wait, no, we'll be paving. We have our grants that we got this year.
Oh, okay,
Has those in mind.
okay.
You know, same old song, just different part of town.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And then, we're gonna do the paving over at Innsbrook. Are we hiring that out?
No, that was actually what we put into our co-op project this coming.
So we're doing it,
We are doing that,
Okay.
yes, sir, as soon as they're done with the
water lines.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And along with this one, this one's being that it's been completed. One of the things I didn't want to kind of double dip on anybody's parade, but I did look through the everybody else's goals. And Eric kind of went into it, but one of the goals that I want to put in here this year is, the communications for Public Works, the radios. It's kind of got handed off, so I want to go ahead and take that and, get that done also. So we do have radios. Marty has bought 26.
26, so.
And Josh has some. We're gonna get some more, but we do need the repeater set on the tower and, the channel setup for us, and then we'll get all the radios programmed.
Are they the same radios that everybody else uses, just different channel?
Yes. Well, they'll have the same channels, the fire, they'll be able to listen, but we do need our own Public Works channel. A lot of the guys don't have cell phones or whatever out in the field, or even if there's an emergency, we need to be able to get a hold of these guys, not on a fire channel.
So where does that money come from?
That's something we're gonna have to identify.
Yeah.
Which one is that under, what goal?
I don't have that on here.
Oh,
I didn't want to double it. I didn't know if anybody else had put it on here, but when I did go through it, I didn't see it on here, so.
Pretty important.
And then the last one I have is, another replacement infrastructure, water line replacement extensions. That's the Pine Cliff subdivision. And, I actually just signed off on the payment for 45% on that. All roads, they've got through, all the upper roads, and now they're starting on the last road, which is the biggest one with the two PRVs, which is Glade Drive. And, as soon as they get all that done, they'll go and they'll be complete on Pine Cliff.
And all of this is the bond, the
Geo
GEO
bonds.
bond money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And like I said, J&H, they did ask for a suspension when we did get the weather, and I told them no, so they kept on going, and I'm pretty sure they're glad they did. But, they've been doing a great job for us. Any issues that have come up, they've,
I got lost here somewhere. I was
It's
reading
on-
through this stuff where you were talking about the Department 220 is trying to move out of the annex building and have a place to store equipment. We built the building or we're building one?
we did, it's done.
And you're just waiting on gas?
So the main building that the guys are staged out of is complete, done, they're moved in.
And that's the new one?
That's the new
And
one.
you still don't have gas?
No, we have gas to that one. The second building we got from Walker.
That's the Ford
Oh,
building
yeah.
that we bought from Ford.
Yeah, for,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yep.
And so you're waiting on gas for that?
Yes, sir.
So what's the holdup
I think it's an internal holdup in here, but.
with us?
Yeah.
And Zia Gas has the work order, but we just need to, Wes? That is Wes? Yep.
Okay.
Because we got the water hooked up from the downs, because that's all from the downs?
No, we've got the water hooked up to us
Oh, okay.
and sewer. Water, sewer, and electric is to the building. It's hooked up. We have lighting.
Okay.
How's it being heated?
It's not.
So you don't have anything turned on?
No, we have the electric in there. We just can't store equipment in there because it'll freeze.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to find out about the gas, and then you have it turned over to Chris and those guys at CRS.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry, did you already go over that?
No, I didn't go that in depth with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was reading and and then, when I came to, I'm not sharp today for some reason. But,
Long day yesterday.
well, and,
You didn't drink your supplement, did you?
yeah, I did.
Oh,
Man, I didn't sleep last night. Laszlo and I had a fight. He chewed up my new $45 mouth guard that the dentist gave me. Whoa. Again.
I
Well,
chewed.
the last one was my Bose earbud.
It's the plastic.
Well, he crumbs up on the nightstand, so I'm still fighting with that.
You left him home by himself.
All day, because Tracy's out of town. So I apologize. I'm trying to sharpen up here as we go, but I'm just not making much headway. Okay, so thank you for that. I just wasn't clear on what we needed to do. So we need to reach out to Intergas, to Zia, and see if we can't prompt them along. They're usually super good. And that way Roe and those guys can finish you up over there, because winter will be over by the time you get the gas.
What are you gonna use that building for? Just extra stuff?
Storage.
Yeah,
Yeah, store equipment and stuff
yeah,
like that.
okay.
And we have all our parts and the bigger parts in that building.
So we, like our brand new building, we have, all of our parts up to 4-inch in that building. And the one we got from Ford, that's gonna take care of our bigger parts.
Okay.
And storage.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
And as far as the public works side, that's the projects I have, Marty's school.
On, let's see, go four, I guess, huh?
We on water distribution and
Okay.
sewer?
So on our first one, is to retain manpower and recruit manpower. The water distribution, sewer collections, we're currently trying to fill vacant positions. We've been understaffed for quite a while. And, it's understaffed in various everyday projects. This is a liability and safety hazard for the public, our employees, in the village of Ruidoso. Capital investment would help with an even higher level of service. The strategic goals are public safety and protection and engaged and energized workforce. And our plan is just to work with HR and continue trying to get applicants. We don't have very many.
Yeah, we have one now. We have another one that just applied, so.
How many are we needing, Marty?
Four.
Oh, so 4, okay, so all of that is, okay.
It's an operator and then 3 technicians.
Okay.
What's a technician?
It's, the maintenance worker, the labor position.
And a operators that knows how to run heavy equipment?
Heavy equipment and have a CDL that can drive the.
Okay, so
dump
we're back to CDL. So do we have any applicants in this new class?
The new class I'll be sending 2 out of his department.
So somebody can move up to that position?
Right, correct.
And that's one of the things that we're having issues with, is a lot of these guys are, from the outside, have a CDL, but they've never even sat in a backhoe. So.
Yeah.
How do you do that besides on OTJ and,
It's just, around here, we have so much stuff in the ground, it's just, OJT or whatever.
Yeah.
teaching them how to-
OJT, I'm sorry, I got you on the job.
Yeah.
So, and are there training facilities that do that at all? Or is it just something you can put him out in the yard and?
We've been putting them out in the yard, some of the guys that we have now, training them. A lot of the training, like the LTAP program, you can go through there but it's really not a training program, it's a certification program. So you actually have to have the fundamentals.
You need somebody in the cab running it.
I know at one point in time when we did send one of our guys up there, he was new to it, and that's what we were thinking, and we come back and he's like, nope, they failed me. Because like he's saying, it's not really a training, and that's what we were thinking.
You're supposed to know it when you get there to take the test.
It's more of just a certificate.
Adam, did you come to work for the Village of Ruidoso right out of high school?
A little bit out of high school, yeah.
I was just wondering, we've talked about recruiting, and dispatch has a high school person that just graduated. Have you thought about going to the high school and saying, hey, has retirement, blah, 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 blah,
We actually
you can
had
make a
the,
career?
Christella had the class, what was that class's name?
Yeah.
Christella?
It was the environmental science group from high school.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Dean is class, and you got one that's interested in the environmental side, water side, but to get in the cab or whatever, you haven't had anybody out of that yet.
I have other employees that are meter readers or technicians that can actually operate the backhoe, and they've dug some of our sites, but it's hard to move them up because they don't have a CDL either.
Yeah.
So that's, and they don't have a whole lot of time to attend the CDL class, do they?
Being shorthanded, it's, like right now, we have had those 3 classes, Monday, Tuesday, and today. And so that put me even short now at the shop.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get these guys, the new guys, especially the newer guys, the confined space certifications and stuff like that, they need that, so, it's.
And are you getting that from our internal safety coordinator?
Yes.
That's why I think when you hire someone, anything you can front load before you get them out there and miss them,
Yep.
it's better off. You're easier that way, instead of going, hey, before you even
Keep them
go-
out 2 weeks or
Yep,
whatever.
yep, so
to get
you're
some-
hiring here, but you're not gonna touch the ground until here, because we're gonna try to get everything done. That helps, but it's when you can set it up, exactly. Yep,
Right.
Yep. Yep.
We miss them all. As soon as they start, we miss them.
Okay.
And the next one is, to replace antiquated equipment. The water distribution sewer collection department has many key vehicles, equipment that needs replacement. The first piece of equipment we'd like to replace is a 2008 420D backhoe. This equipment is getting unreliable and has many mechanical issues. The backhoe will be auctioned off, and we would like to lease another one and keep the lease going on a 5-year rolling year replacement. We did order one, and it did come in. In fact, they're doing training on it today. The CAT guy's here right now, and they're getting some training on that brand new backhoe.
Hence the new hat.
What's that?
Hence the new hat.
Yeah, no,
Just keeps it clean.
yeah, I keep that one clean.
Oh, you don't words. I mean, okay.
Come to
kept it
council
clean for
meeting.
today. And what we do need is there's another we do have another 220 that we'd like to replace here in the future.
So we got a new vac truck.
And then we,
Comment.
yeah, the second piece is a 2012 International Vector truck. This one's used daily on sewer issues and standby for the FEMA sewer project. We'd like to lease a new Vector truck and go on a 5-year replacement also. That one's been ordered. That one is gonna be about 14 months out or so.
Wow.
So it's gonna be a 2024 Vector, and it's gonna be mounted on a 2025 chassis.
They said as soon as the 25 chassis come out, which is usually in August, that's why they're trying to get us to get it approved right away, that way they can get the order in.
Well, it's approved, right?
Yeah, it's approved.
And then the backhoe,
It's,
do they have those in stock? Usually those come pretty quick, don't
they
they?
come pretty quick, and we got the one last Friday, so they're doing the training on it today, so we did get one in, but this next year,
We'll put in for another one.
And where's that, D whatever
the D5?
that you just got? Where's that? That's yours? Okay.
No, and it is there at the street yard.
I mean, it's a fire
It's
rated.
fire rated, yes, sir, they went through, we did the bottom of it, you know, so to help, that way if you're going through fires when you're doing the brush and stuff, it's all enclosed cab. It's caged around the
Filtered.
cab so the windows don't break, and, you know, just, I mean, it's completely set up to be, if we need it on a fire.
Okay. Good. So really what we're looking at now is the the backhoe, and is the Vector we got now, is it gonna survive another 14 months?
Right now, the Vector is down. We're waiting on parts for it. Part of the parts have come in, and we're still waiting for the hoppers on the side of the back tank. Yeah, we could use it for rotting right now, but we can't use the vacuum on it, the suction on
So
it.
what are we doing if we need it? You borrowing it?
Joey's on standby for us. And we have ditch witches also that we, I mean, they don't suck like the Vector, but they're in a pinch. They were, we didn't know, we went out to do a job, and the tanks that are on the sides that create the vacuum kind of goes through, it's called the cyclones. They completely just rotted out just from the sewer gases, so Marty has those on order. We got new tubes, the tubes have come in, so we're just waiting on the cyclones.
So it sounds like we don't have that on a maintenance program.
We do, it just, the gases that are in it and, in that sewer, it just eats the coating and everything up inside that tank.
And you can't see inside that tank, so it's sealed outside, everything's sealed up, so until it, I mean, everything else worked on it, it's just, when it rotted out, it just rotted out like that.
And you really can't clean it.
They wash it after every use because we park it in the building. If not, it stinks up the building.
Sure.
So they do good to dump it at the plant and wash it out, but then it comes back. But I mean, just having those gases in there for,
How do you get all the rocks and stuff out of it? You just dump it through a screen?
It has a
Goes right
screen
in.
to dump the water out, you can open up the latch and it has, it'll filter the rocks out, and then the back tilts up and the door opens and and it has a wash.
yeah, it has internal sprayers. So we just tilt it up, open up the back door and clean it up at the plant in one of the pits.
And the same thing with those, the Caterpillar, or Ditch Witch, trailers. Same thing, with the potential to rot out.
Yeah, we have one that we bought in 2002, and, I mean, it has pinholes all over the tanks. We've patched it.
We've have patches all over inside of it. They just wear out.
Is that the bigger one?
They're both the same
By
size.
same side? I've just been out there on a couple of jobs where they're just not sucking at all.
Right.
Yeah, and then, as you're sucking, when the water's going through, you have the rubbers on at the end of the hoses, and a lot of times you'll get a rock stuck in there, and the guys will pull it off, and the rubber will fall out, and then it won't suck, and it's just, it's something you gotta deal with, and they're great to have.
That's something else I wanted to replace was get with a truck mounted witch, like a small Vector. And this way these guys don't have to haul a trailer with them at night and try backing it in, or they can maneuver it a lot easier, and it'll take a lot of hazard away from the site.
Mayor, if you remember, a couple months ago, we had talked about the grant that had come up. They were trying to get the smaller Vector truck.
Yeah.
That's what that was for.
Okay.
Instead of having a trailer, have the small Vector like what Joey has to use for digging.
Okay.
In Mayor and Council, their Vector truck, Pete's Equipment out of Albuquerque, they're the Vector distributor, and that vehicle's there quite a bit. It's just a maintenance monster is what it is.
Yeah.
I see it used all the time,
It's used every day.
and we've been talking about it for years.
And the truck that we're ordering it's a bigger Vector truck. It has, 2 axles in the back instead of the one. It holds, 9 cubic yards, excuse me. The new one is gonna hold 15 cubic yards, and instead of 900 gallons of water, it's gonna hold 1,500 gallons of water. So we can, like when we're doing our routine rotting on Meacham or Sutter, we don't have to keep on going and filling up so often. And if we do get a spill or a blockage or something like that, we can stay on site longer and be able to suck the manholes or the lift stations down and give us some time to get back to it.
Okay. And then when we do have a spill,
And we'll have the backup, we're gonna keep the Vector we have now as a backup. We'll still use it, but
well, did we ever figure out, Isaac, what you were, one time we were looking at that Vector for you? What did we ever do? I can't remember.
We never got it because it wasn't able to suck out what we needed to.
The big one that we have now?
Yeah, we went over there and we tried it in his pits, and it just too far down and too far away.
Will this one do it, the new one?
no, anything over 20 feet, it doesn't matter how much suction you have, it won't rise over. 20
What it needs is just a pump to be able to push it out instead of suck it out.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Why do you have, is it because the manholes block up? That's why you have to suck it out?
In our lift stations, a lot of times they'll pump down, but when we're spraying them out, we'll suck all the old stuff.
The juice off the top, and then,
Yeah.
and then, when they have a break, they'll go over there to suck the water out of the hole. I see them do that all the time, and then when they do maintenance for fats, oil, and greases through Midtown area, they use that to suck the snot balls out, and
Isaac's lift station down there.
and then Isaac's deal, so, yeah.
And we wonder why no one wants to.
Yeah, why you're having trouble getting people.
And then the third on this list is, our 1.5 ton utility truck. It's a 2008 CK 4500. This one's been used daily for water line repair and is a key piece of equipment for, Department 220. This is the one that pulls the Ditch Witch.
It's
and
the big
carries-
truck. I thought
carries-
we got rid of that, and we're still using it.
No, it's, and repair, we would like to replace it with, 1-ton diesel pickups. This department has received 4 3/4 ton diesels and has taken the 1.5 ton out of service, and it's awaiting auction. The water distribution sewer collections did receive funding and purchase a valve exercise machine and a new jet rotor in 2021. The valve machine has been purchased and received along with the jet rotor. All equipment has been budgeted for and in the process of locating equipment.
Say that part again, the last part, the what's been located?
So
The jet rodder's been located?
We did receive it.
Oh, you have received
We
it?
have received it.
Okay.
We have received the brand new, it's a Vector jet rodder. Our old one, we had a hard time getting it up to pressure and everything, and this one is working out very well. And then, the valve exerciser, it's mounted, it's a little machine mounted on a trailer, so we can, go to valves or hydrants or whatever and exercise all the valves.
So what is a Vector jet rodder?
It's just like the big Vector truck, just it doesn't have the water, or
Okay.
the debris tank. It just has the hose
Okay.
and it's a smaller hose, so we do the smaller lines.
Don't you force water to it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
kind of like when you were a kid, a water wiggle.
Yeah,
They stick it down in there.
okay.
High
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah, 4,000 PSI on that one,
Wow.
so.
So, but what I'm trying to understand is, we approved all that, you've ordered it,
And we received it.
and you've received it. So all equipment has been budgeted for in the process of locating it. So,
I think that needs to be taken out.
Yeah, that needs to be.
okay, that's why I was confused, because.
Yeah, this one, the department has received all this stuff already.
Okay,
Nice.
good.
As you remember, the one-ton trucks, we went to 3/4 tons.
Yes, because it's the same frame.
And we've got, everyone is in and have the snowplows on them and racks on them and everything.
Yeah.
So is there other equipment that you're needing to replace also when it comes to the jet rodders and all of that? Do you have any? And what about a dump truck? You guys have,
We do, I wanted to put in for a dump truck, possibly a
I would add it
12
to the,
possibly a 12-yard dump truck, because the ones we have now, they're so little that, it takes us all night just to haul base, and like now that Josh, we usually borrow his dump trucks, and it makes it so much faster, but now that we're in the period of snow and plowing, all the salters are in them, so we're just stuck with a little dump truck.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be nice to get that big one and eventually get that snow blower apparatus put on the front of your new front end load. Well, that would be sweet.
But for us to have a bigger and a new dump truck would be an asset.
would we lease one of those?
I believe we would just, on
Just
Josh's, we
purchase.
just purchased them.
Purchase?
Yep.
What's the price that,
I think the last price that you got
Is almost the last price we got,
225.
which they actually was 225,000.
Yep.
And that's something that I'll go into.
okay,
in
I'm
my
sorry,
meeting
okay.
here is, they don't make that model of truck that we did, so I'm having to go back in and look, for equipment or equipment, and the one that I got the quote for, they don't make anymore.
Of course.
That's something I would look at it for the,
Okay, and then our next goal is replacement and raising manholes throughout the village. Manholes on Highway 70, the manholes that have been identified are being eaten up by sewer gases and are deteriorating. There's 24 of them. As far as that part goes, I don't know if it was bad concrete or exactly what it was, but when they did that line from the travel center that runs along Highway 70, even the manholes coming from the travel center to the village line, those ones are all eaten up too. The troughs are almost gone all completely. We have to keep on checking because the walls on the manholes keep on falling in and blocking the sewage flow. So I'm in the process right now. In fact, yesterday, I just talked to a couple of the contractors. So today, we're headed over there and counting exactly how many manholes have to be replaced and how deep they are, so we get a quote on replacement, so we can put it on council agenda.
Marty, are those on the roadway? Are they on the shoulder or?
They're on the side, they're right behind the guardrail, on the side of the highway.
Until you get down to like, Pine Cliff, the other entrance to Pine Cliff Village, then, there's some in crosses of the roadways.
Right.
In, like the Bell's parking lot and stuff, there's a couple in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's critical. I can have collapse there.
Right. And I'm gonna contact,
Jackie Blaylock and another from the reservation, let them know what we're doing, and that way they may want to replace theirs too, because theirs in the same shape.
So ours goes all the way to the travel center? Oh,
And
I-
to, Palmer Loop.
Palmer Loop, White Mountain
Really?
subdivision.
Really?
Yep.
I did not know
That's
that.
JUB,
Okay.
stuff that we deal with all the time on fats, oil, and greases, all the stuff that Isaac gives us a report monthly on.
So does the tribe help us with the payment?
They just pay their bill, just like everybody else.
see,
Just like
okay.
they're a
Got
customer.
it. Okay, got it.
There are valve boxes and manholes throughout the village that have been paved over and sit below grade.
What was that? Was that a slide?
This is below grade that need to be raised. We need funding needs to be identified, procurement to hire contractors, and identify portions of town to begin raising valve boxes and manholes. These are critical to have open. A lot of the manholes have the little hole in the center of the lid, and that's for venting. A lot of these gases out, and when they're covered, you know, we just build up those gases, which could cause an explosion. It's a hazard, and we need to get it done. And it also eating up the manholes also. Yeah, the gases stay in there and eat up the manholes and stuff like that, so we need to get those exposed.
Gosh.
It's a double-edged sword, because when we don't cover them and we leave them dug out, then we're getting phone calls, there's big potholes
Yes.
in the road.
Ah, boy. It is a double-edged sword.
And that's what I was talking with Adam about and stuff too, that when we do these projects, when we hire contractors to do them, they need to include.
Well, how hard is
raising
it to
the
put one of
manholes.
those lift collars and do it?
To do it right, you gotta, I mean, you're gonna have to close down a lane and everything, because you're concreting them in. I mean, we have the little extenders that we use, but it's kinda scary, especially with the blade.
They come loose,
They come
yeah.
loose, and you pop them off, and if you notice, you go on Carrizo, before you get to the Mescalero line there, you hit that one manhole and do this quick link.
Yep.
That's one of them we keep having to go tighten, as soon as raised up. Okay, on the, go to, rehab or replace and rehab lift stations, Gavilan Canyon, Thrill Hill, and Guinevere.
Well, I haven't heard Thrill Hill in a long time. Used to enjoy that road.
Is that coming off, is that Peridot?
Right here.
Oh, that's Thrill Hill?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we used to call, I think Ebarb or someplace like that, Thrill Hill.
No, it was right here.
Thrill Hill's like when you go over right by Heath, and you have that little hump on Heath. That dip, yeah. Right there, that was Thrill Hill.
Oh, yeah.
Rehab and replace 3 lift stations. Gavilan Canyon will need to be recoated, and rails and piping need to be replaced along with new control panels. So on these right here, on Thrill Hill, Creek Meadows one, it needs a new control panel and all the new electrical boxes, the disconnect box and all that. The gases have come in through the pipes where the electrical goes into the lift station itself, and it's coming to the control panels and start eating that stuff away. Same thing going on Gavilan, which is right at the corner of Gavilan and Hall. Timberline, right in there. That one, we did have it recoated a couple of years ago, but that coating didn't last, it didn't stick, so that it's deteriorating inside.
What do you coat it with, zinc or?
They use that, like a swimming pool liner, that they sprayed on, but it didn't adhere very good. So, but the pumps in that one are old. The control panel is sitting on a couple of old 4x4s that are wiggly and they're almost to fall down. But that lift station's old. And then, the one up on Guinevere in Camelot, that one, it has the old, suction, motors lift station in it, controls in it. And it was never put in service. There was never any houses there. It was put in there for when they do develop.
Which one are we talking about? We're talking about going all the way up Guinevere,
When you go in that big dip,
and then you take a left, big dip, where they're building all those houses
that
now.
big dip right there is where that lift station sits.
Yeah, it's just sat there forever.
So there was nothing ever developed over there, and now they started building houses. And it just so happened that when they started plugging into that, P&M came by and said, there hasn't been any usage in this lift station in years, so let's go ahead and pull the meter. So they pulled the meter, and now that we tried to get the meter back, they said, no, everything has to be upgraded now before we can give you service again. So, I'm supposed to be meeting Ricky this week up there for a quote on,
LeMay?
for a power pole and running new line and everything in there. I already got the quote from, GCH for all the equipment on all the lift stations. And then as far as, Gavilan Canyon lift station, we're gonna do an insert inside and drop it, an actual.
So what are you doing now, running a generator over there to pump it?
We go with the Vector when we had the Vector, but right now we have, the ditch witch and we go suck it out
How often?
once to twice a week.
Because they built some monsters over there.
Right. And there's not people living there full-time yet.
Yeah.
They're just vacationers, so, we're able to go once to twice a week, just depending. Like on the holiday, we usually go like on Monday and then again on Friday. But, I already got the quote for all the equipment and everything, and I believe that's being put on the agenda for this next council meeting.
Do you have contractors doing that work?
No, it'll be JCH and us, both working together to get them going.
Man, okay. It's just hard to do self-perform
Right, and
that
I
type of
believe,
project.
us doing it, it's gonna be right in the, right in the 300,000 mark. But in order for us to, just to have a contractor come and do it and do everything, it was gonna be about that much per lift station.
And JCH is gonna do all the electrical and, all the tying into with the pumps and all that stuff, so the only thing we'll really be doing is, putting the guide rails and just making sure, get the electrician over there to hook everything up.
What's the time frame on that?
As soon as we get the go-ahead from council, then we can, proceed to order the equipment. And as soon as the equipment comes in, we can start.
What's the,
6 weeks out.
oh, okay. Okay.
Let's see.
What do they think they're putting up there? 25 houses, is it, or?
I think that when they did the pilot subdivision.
Yeah,
Sometime in
25.
that neighborhood? So
Now,
that-
where is Guinevere?
You go up Camelot through the castle,
Got it,
deal all the way to the
yes.
top.
Got it.
Take a left,
Yes, got it.
and, that's
Okay.
been pristine property there for a long time, and.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, on our next goal is fire hydrant and valve maintenance and replacement program. The Water Distribution Department has an obligation to the public to provide adequate fire protection within the village. The village needs addition and replacement of fire hydrants. This will also help maintain the current ISO rating. Along with fire hydrant maintenance and replacement, this department needs to further maintenance and replace valving within the village to help isolate water during water breaks. To achieve this goal, we need to recruit and maintain personnel to provide the level of service needed to continue this program. Also dedicate funding each year to this program. It's hard to, right now with the staffing that we have, it's hard to dedicate just two guys to go over there and maintenance fire hydrants or exercise valves when we get water leaks, because, right now it's all hands on deck when we do have leaks, because, we don't have enough.
So the only time that I shouldn't say the only time we do it, but the way we're having to do it is anytime we're on water leaks and we're having to flush, that's.
That's our valve.
Maintenance program that we, flush hydrants, make sure the hydrants operational, which we had a lot of leaks, so. we've
Yeah,
done a bunch of them.
so you're throwing that in there as a,
Because like now, we don't always have, I mean, we have a lot of leaks in the same areas, but we were finding out now, you know, going to different areas, it takes two, sometimes three of us on one valve key to turn the valve off, because, I mean, it hasn't been turned off in years. So, you know, doing this program would make it a lot more efficient, and then we do have a valve insertion machine that we have,
Yeah, I thought we had talked
but
about
we don't
that.
have enough people for that one either, so.
How many people does it take to run that?
Well, it's a few, because you have to dig the hole, expose the pipe, and then, you know, do the whole project. So that one's gonna take a whole crew by itself, you know, 4 or 5 people.
And I've worked with Randy and Terry, you know, and they're willing to help us out doing it, you know, work, you know, some like, hole and gaveling tank, there's a valve over there that needs to be replaced. And we needed an insertion valve there, so we're gonna coordinate with them. You know, they're gonna help us out.
How big a line is that for that valve? What is it?
8 inch.
8 inch? Wow, how much is that valve?
We have it. It's-
Already have it?
I think the valves run like $1,400 or something like that.
Well, remember we were talking about that one valve up on Fawn Ridge? And that thing, the one that we wanted to put in there was, I don't remember, it seemed like it was 20 grand or something.
That was a dual check. That was a.
Dual check.
Yeah. So that was basically, if they lost pressure up there, we lost pressure, it would relieve the pressure off, you know, it flushed it out instead of it coming back into our system.
Okay. Wow. Okay, well, we need to make sure we get these on a priority list for
Yep.
sure.
Well,
Right, and that's the end of mine.
Do we have to wait till budget to do all that?
Well, we're gonna figure out where the money's gonna have to come from.
Okay.
And
We're
how to
gonna-
allocate it and,
and just, we may just have to seek some funding from the New Mexico Environmental Department. There's the clean water funding and for manholes and lift stations, whatever we need to do.
We just have to
We'll have a
ask
debt
Judy.
service on it, but we'll have to,
We just have to ask Judy.
Like the lift station and stuff like that, they've already been budgeted for it, it's in our budget. Some of the manholes on Highway 70 we have the budget for them, so, I mean, a lot of this.
Marty, I heard that.
so, which,
I have one question. How many of these projects were already on the outlay list when you went through the rate analysis?
All of them.
All of them.
Great. So it should be already figured into the rate.
okay?
okay. So, the other lift station on Guinevere, it's not Guinevere, what's the one that goes up? Through the castle, what's that road, you take a left on Guinevere?
Excalibur.
Warwick. One on Warwick, is it in good shape?
That's PRV.
That's what?
A PRV.
We don't
Oh,
have,
that's a PRV?
yeah, and they're all, the one, when you turn up Warwick, that first one right there, that's a fairly new PRV there.
Okay.
So, we have
And then that pump, house there, what's in that thing?
nothing anymore.
Nothing anymore, we shut that down, we just put a door on it and closed it.
Yeah, it used to, the water used to feed up to, through that pump house to Edenburg there. And then we, a few years back, we turned the water around and got the PRV operational coming down the hill, so we eliminated that and fed it the other way.
Okay. Just checking. And then that one has a little solar panel on it, once or twice a week. Wow, that's a lot of up and down.
That is.
And it makes it hard when it snows, when the roads are bad, because I mean, Camelot is,
And you said there's nobody up there. And that's just like Christmas traffic, I guess. the
Yeah.
Holidays.
right.
So do you have some sort of sensor that lets you know, or you just have to
Physically
manually?
check it.
The guys do the route, a couple times a week anyway. You know, even though we have the lift station set up on SCADA, we want a visual check on all of them to make sure that the pumps are running, how many hours are on the pumps, if there's, you know, rotating, all that stuff, so.
Okay.
So can I ask you on the fire hydrants, because it says in here that the maintenance of the fire hydrants replacement would affect the ISO rating or improve, and in the fire department report that they were saying that the ISO survey would schedule for 2024, so do they go out and do they actually look at each, or how does that?
We do it.
So you go and inspect them and then you give them a report?
When ISO shows up, we go out with ISO and, you know, they'll pick a few hydrants, so we'll go to them, whatever, but we do the hydrants.
Okay, so they say, okay, let's just randomly inspect that one?
And, but, you know, the I'd say 99.9% of the hydrants we have, they're operational. It's just ISO wants to see a spreadsheet of when that
When we're tested.
last opened up, you know, exercise, all that.
I mean, it's bad to go up to one of the hydrants and then you can't even get the caps off.
Yep.
You know, or the dirt's built up so much that you can barely see the top of it, you know, there's a lot to do on the hydrants or.
Well, but I remember when Harlan was here, we had a process where his crew went around to put eyes on each one of them. And so we didn't put eyes on each
They
one.
put eyes on each one of them.
Oh, drive by?
Yeah, and then write out the paper and say, you guys need to go do this. That's what happened.
Mm.
Yeah, we just need to make sure too, the volume and the amount of water that they that's required, we need to,
And that's there, you know,
Yeah.
that hasn't changed, and that's why I keep.
because they'll open one and,
Yeah, the water system has not changed. The hydrant's still in the same location. You know, it's just, is it, you know, is
Is it functional?
vegetation built up, or, you know, growing around it, you know, stuff like that. That's.
So those particular hydrants that were brought up that had issue with, one had a 2-inch line running to it, and one had no line running to it. That was a report several years ago. That was the catalyst for the inspection. And Jody Rue was part of that team as far as inspecting.
Yeah, that was like, the upper part of Tanager, Falcon, and Swallow up there. You know, they had that 2-inch pump house feeding a 6-inch line up there with no fire, you know, and they had fire hydrants, but, so you're feeding off a 2-inch line. Since then, you know, we've redone Quake Pump House, we've redone that water line through there, added hydrants. Whirlaway, you know, that's another one, you know, there's a 2-inch line up there. There was a fire hydrant, 2 fire hydrants up there at the end, and they're fed off a 2-inch, so those have been taken out.
that was Malone also, that water project up there. We added the adequate fire protection there. They didn't have any water coming out.
So how many fire hydrants do we have?
1,147.
Well, are there companies that would do services like that, since we're short manpower, that we could get them to go clean up around, you know, touch up paint, all that kind of stuff? Oh, you know, that you would trust them enough to take the caps off anyway?
Oh, yeah, we've actually had a contractor, actually AUI came, years back and replaced a few hydrants for us and actually went through and dug, you know, around them and, you know, opened the caps and everything.
Well, maybe we need to see, looking at that, because these guys obviously don't have time. Can you find somebody, maybe, we'll see what kind of a bid, and break it down into years? We don't have to eat them all at 1 year, I don't think.
Do the leak detection, do a third of the town.
Yep, because I think you'll need that.
Before the spring of 2024.
Yeah, before April.
Yeah, put the ones that haven't been opened in a long time first.
We'll get them open one way or another.
Yeah.
But
So can the firemen do that, or is it just the water department?
they can go open up caps and stuff like that, but, you know, if you know, it needs to be kind of cradle to grave thing.
Oh, yeah.
Just go open up a cap and leave the vegetation there, you know, if we're gonna
Okay.
do a hydrant, it needs to be.
Do a visual inspection, make sure it's above ground, the vegetation, dirt's off of it. Do y'all paint it?
You can. We have in the past, if it's really bad, we'll throw some paint in it. Dennis, that was his pride and joy. He'd grease up the caps and throw some paint on it, and he loved doing that.
When Harlan was chief, remember Mayor and Councilor Eby, there was a guy that was going around painting them, remember that?
Yeah, but I thought they weren't code or something.
Right.
They didn't want them painted like that.
Right, he was just,
Like a little cowboy or.
yeah.
They're still like that, some
Are
of
they?
them.
Yes,
Yeah, by the post office, there's several,
Yeah, they kind of look like cloudy, clouds,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
yeah, yeah.
Dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we can look, please find, if AUI or somebody that,
Even a local contractor like Jack Johnson. you know,
he can do those.
I mean, he does the wildland fire stuff, so his guys are.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea.
Because you just don't have time with the manpower. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Marty.
You've been up here too long, Josh.
Well, we already spent all of the money that, Josh, you might as well just go ahead and pack it on
Go ahead
up.
and pack it up, all right. Mayor, council, morning. With mine, my first two usually stay the same each year, just add new roads to them. So my first priority is our MAP project, which is our funding for our main roads connecting highways to highways. We have completed our Upper Sudderth, Fifth Street and Resort MAP project that is 100% complete and turned in. The new upcoming project is gonna be the Country Club MAP project, which will start here pretty quick, start cleaning ditches and on that, and getting everything going on it. And when the weather nicens up, be ready to pave, have all that ready to go.
How do you clean the ditches up? Do you have,
The motor grader.
you just angle
We
it
go
down and,
through and just put the blade in, pull the rock, the dirt out, get a nice angle on the ditch. There's some of these that we really need to get, so that we can get that and clean off the edges of the roads with the motor grader so that when the water is on it, it can run off the
that
road.
the ditch is clear and you inspect culverts and things like
Inspect
that?
culverts at that
That's
time,
another
yes, sir.
question. If it's culvert coming off of our road to private property, whose culvert is it?
Oh, good.
It looks like it's probably in the easement.
If it's
In the ditch.
easement, in the easement, in the bar ditch, the responsibility is, the first culvert installed is the responsibility of the homeowner. After that, the village, if it is in the bar ditch and, where we're running, our water that we're catching from the roads and stuff, then after that culvert is installed, we'll maintain it after that.
Okay, so that means if they're clogged.
Right,
What do you- how do you-
if they're clogged, if it's rotting out, it will replace them
Or clean them out.
or clean them out.
Okay, because I know of a couple over here on White Mountain Drive, headed to Farley's over there,
Yes, sir.
that are plugged, and so that's our responsibility.
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize that. I've been telling
Yes,
him
sir.
to
All the,
clean it out.
all the drainage,
Keep on
that's
going.
I've actually been looking through the ordinance on that. It is our responsibility to keep them clean and keep it flowing, but it also is the homeowner's responsibility to try to keep
Crap out of it.
crap out of there.
That's a technical term.
That's-
So how do you clean them out? Rotter?
Either with him or we'll take our water truck and, we have a fire hose with a real thin line stream nozzle on it, and we'll try to blast it out and wash it out the best we can. If we can't get through it like that, then we end up calling Marty with their router, cause they get a lot more pressure out of the router to flush that out.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you off, but that's a question over there because there's quite a few of those little short
Yes, sir.
culverts. And some of them, you can tell they're flat on the ends where something's
Oh,
in
yeah.
them.
And that's something, going into later on, with the manpower, with being able to keep up with everything, we are starting to get the manpower up. Now the question for us is gonna be the training. I think there's only 3 of us left in the street department that's actually been there. Everybody else is on a year or 2 of working there.
The paving from Sudderth, on Country Club Sudderth to Meacham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, it'll meet in right at the top right there at Creek Meadows.
So to go from Sudderth all the way through Country Club, and then where Green Meadows meets up right there at the light?
At Sudderth.
Yes,
Yes.
There, yeah.
at Sudderth or Meacham?
Meacham.
Thank you. Got it.
And with that amount, the state is the 75%, which is 213,975. Our 25% will be 71,325. which we can meet with in-kind services on that. Our equipment, the asphalt, manpower. So most of the time, that's how we meet that with the in-kind services.
So that gives us credit?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The labor and the
Yeah.
use of
The
vehicles.
labor, what
Okay.
vehicles we use, what equipment we use, everything has different rate charge. The dump trucks,
Who figures
asphalt.
the cost on those jobs?
That's, we go off of a state on the actual figure. I figure the cost of material and
It's
everything.
just by the mile or by the hunt
Yes,
yard?
sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so that, it'll be, we go out, measure the road, whatever the feet is. I believe this is a mile and a half, I think, pretty close to right there. And then with the asphalt material, the oil that we're gonna need to tack, our tack oil, our SS1H, and all of that, so.
Are we able to buy that through the state or?
Yes, that oil is on a state contract,
So
so.
it can change with the price of that triple chain carbon that you use on that, because that's expensive stuff.
The ones that we get off the state contract can change. Our actual asphalt oil, we do yearly, and it's a set price for that year. So even if it goes up or down a little bit, it'll stay.
Budgeted it good, okay.
Right, it's budgeted for that, our actual asphalt oil. But the other oil is, what is it, the ladder chain or something like that, that on the state price agreement, it can change.
So you're gonna start on that first, Country Club?
Yes, sir.
And when do you expect to start on that? April, May?
Actually, if it stays like this, we can start, because this actual project is due by June.
Oh, that's a spring.
Oh, boy.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's fiscal year to fiscal year. So with it being like it is right now, we can actually go in, start marking bar ditches right now and getting the bar ditches cleaned up and start doing that. And then when the weather does turn nicer, then we can just go straight into paving.
And then you'll go from there over to Innsbrook.
The Innsbrook, yes, sir. And that one is due by the end of December.
So we need to make sure that we're coordinating with the PIO to put that out, door hangers and all that, because I can hear them now.
Yes, sir.
Because they're the same ones that call about those, there's some monster potholes over there that they'll be calling because we're in their way, yeah.
Yeah, and that's always something, that we've learned to deal with too, they're calling us saying the road needs work, and then when we start working on it, they're calling everybody, saying, well, why are they doing this?
Why they have to do it this weekend when my family's here?
Exactly.
Right,
Okay, so you need 4 people still
yes, sir.
and do
The 4 people, is actually gonna be 3 maintenance workers and 1 heavy equipment worker, cause we did have, somebody move up. One of the guys that we sent to the
CDL.
CDL class,
nice.
moved up from maintenance worker to, operator. We've been working with him, training, having one of our guys in the dump truck with him when we're doing these jobs, doing potholes, hauling dirt off and stuff, just working with him, getting him good to go in the truck as well. So he's getting more familiar with the truck and getting to know that.
The question on Lisa, is she planning on sticking around? Because isn't she close to
Yes,
her
sir.
time?
She is close. I've been talking with her. Right now, a lot of it is she's gonna stay, but a lot that she's looking at as well is family. So if she can get that part taken care of, she said that she was gonna stay here for a little bit longer.
So I just threw it out there because I just wondered if you had a succession plan or Plan B just in case.
Yes, sir.
Adam, you're gonna go fill in.
There's not a plan B, no, sir.
Hire someone.
That's, I've been talking with her and keeping, and she's like, right now I'm staying, so, hopefully it stays.
You been on your knees?
Yeah, please.
I know she's been getting lunch every day.
Yeah, because that, it would take a little bit to train somebody to do that job.
She is getting close, and, the other thing is Lloyd and Beto are real close to retirement
What
too,
does real close mean?
within 2 years.
The last time somebody told me real close, it was about 50 days.
That's real cool.
I said, whoa, that's close.
Right, no, both of them still have right at 2.5 years left, and, when I was talking earlier, those, between Lisa, Beto, Lloyd, and I, everybody else has been there less than 5 years.
How long have you been there, Josh?
15 years. So, like I say, everybody that been training, been working with, trying to get them going, and still, like with Ryan, trying to show him a lot. I've had him working with me, getting measurements and stuff, showing him the formulas, how to figure everything out on the roads, and just trying to get somebody else in there to help assist me with some of this that understands what's going on. And like I said, everybody else is year, 2 years that's been there. They're all new. They're real interested. We are getting a good crew together. They're really interested in learning it and wanting to do it. It's just, the understanding of it and getting everything going with it.
Okay. Anything else?
Building hot plant.
So we kind of covered the co-op map projects. The retention of manpower, we are getting them in there. We're still needing people. The buildings, hot plant property maintenance, which is priority number 5. One thing that we are gonna have to look into for our hot plant is a new power control panel for the hot plant. This summer, it fried, yeah. We were in there, went to fire up, and just boom. We did get the AAA, our hot plant technician down in here, and he was saying that it is all the original wiring in there still. As we know, it is all older hot plant, so I did talk to him a little bit. He's not a definite quote, but he just said just off the top of my head, figuring in, be probably about $50,000 to replace the panel in there. This would be worth replacing and keeping going. We are the only entity in the state.
But how are you gonna do the roads if you don't have a hot plant?
It'll be after, it works now, we got it back up.
It's up and
working.
running.
We've got it up and
You've
going.
got it rigged.
He went in, redid the wiring, put in new panel control box in that area. But he's saying as a whole, the whole control panel is all original wiring in there. So, we need to, once we get everything done, we need to be able to, pretty much what it is a big breaker box on the back wall. And the amount of power coming into it it's 600 volt, 480, 240. There's nothing in there that's under 240 volts. Most of it's 480, 600. And that's when we went to fire up our big motor, it draws so much that it blew the panel out. And he was just saying that we definitely, if we're gonna keep the hot plant, it needs to be done. And we are, like I said, we are the only entity in the state with our own hot plant that, in case of emergencies or anything, we can make on demand at that point in time.
Well, it sounds like we need to put that in the works.
Just get some quotes, is what I would do, get some proposals. And you might even Bixby Electric, they're on the state price agreement. They do a lot of those large jobs. They did all the airport, but they do statewide. They do all the signal lights for the state.
Yeah, and they did the signage.
Yep, they're huge, but I would reach out to them and others and get some prices. And that's gonna be completely rewiring the whole plant, right?
Pretty much, the panel at least.
Panel and everything else?
Inside.
Okay,
Outside, there is some of the wires that I've been replacing, or to the motors and stuff, that when we replaced the motors that I've ran and then had AAA wire in and everything, that as stuff has happened to the motors, we went ahead, I bought the wiring, I got a lot of the wiring there. And when this happens, you know, I'll run the wires and get everything set up for him. And then when he comes in, he exchanges the motor and wires it into the plant. But as far as the panel itself, everything inside of that is still.
we may even reach out to the Mesa Verde and just to see who they use for their plant
Okay.
and just, so.
Yeah, so we want to try to abandon, you know, don't fix it if it ain't broke, deal with you, because it sounds like it's going to be too critical.
Well, it's gonna be, for the most part, I mean, the plant is still a sound plant. You know, we've got bearings and backup motors and everything. The biggest part now is just the original wiring in it. Most everything that's happening now to it is electrical. When something's happening, it's usually in the electrical.
Wow, tell it was made well.
Yes, sir. I mean,
Does
your
the ser-
your
does the
general
service-
maintenance, bearings and stuff, you know, it's gonna be with anything, but for the most part.
Does the service coming into the building on the other side of your control panel need to be evaluated as well?
Actually, I've had that redone. We dug up the back, because of the electrical. I finally got with PNM and they allowed me to get Ricky LeMay in there, and he put an actual cutoff switch
Okay,
between the pole, the building.
right.
So we do have I have 2 main breakers on there. I can go outside of the building, shut it off, and it shuts everything off inside of the building, or I can go into the building and shut off certain things inside. We did have, for safety reasons, we did have that installed outside of the building, so if anything does happen, and just run outside and hit that main switch and
Shut her down.
shut everything off, yes.
Okay. All right, good work.
Yeah.
So, when's the new uniforms come in?
The end of February, I think.
In February, they're gonna have the new logo on it, or is Marty just sporting the 1990s?
Old school.
That's what he's just sporting that.
That's an old one there. Usually he wore a white
It's his
shirt.
council go-to-meeting shirt too, so.
Yeah,
I actually skipped over number 4, but just to let you, we're still working on some of our equipment and older trucks. That we have, the Bros broom, we still have it, but we did receive a new Superior road broom, which is the power broom to sweep off the roads after we're done working. The 2 Dodge Dakotas we're gonna put in, for the auction.
2 Peterbilt 14-yard dump trucks.
Right, and that's what I was talking about earlier. We did have, we were budgeted for one. And when we tried getting a hold of them, they were sold out. Now that I got a hold of them again and been working with them, that they no longer have the 365 that we had put in for. And now I believe it's 567, and I've been talking regularly with them, but it's completely different model of truck than our 365 and our other ones that we've ordered.
And the problem with that is just getting it, you know, it's kind of like the Vector. You know, even if we order it, you're looking at a year and a half out, so that's what Josh has been looking at, trying to actually get a truck in here.
And get it coming in.
Yeah.
And the road broom, is that the whole unit? Is that like the one that was totaled, you know, when we got hit?
No, those are actually the street sweepers.
Oh, street
And we did receive two of those, the Pelican street sweepers. We did receive the two of those that we do use. Been training people in that, every Friday, Thursday night, Friday morning. We've been going out, not necessarily right now, being winter time, but spring coming on, we will start sweeping and everything again, and we were on a regular schedule with that once we got the sweepers
So what
back.
is the road broom? I guess I
The
don't know.
broom is the big one that has the big broom underneath it.
It just sweeps off. is all.
And you go down, like when we're working, there's gravel and stuff in the road. You just go through and clean the road.
It
and
just spins it to the side?
Yeah, it just.
And the
it
others-
cleans it.
Pick it up.
Oh,
Actually pick
okay.
it up, yes.
Okay.
Construction-based type mirror that you saw when Cutler was here too, or Josh, when they do a chip seal, they'll use a broom.
Get everything cleaned up.
Is that a truck that you would use for Rio Street?
No, we
Do you go down Rio Street?
not with the sweeper, we don't.
Not with the sweepers. we
Any of
don't.
them? I mean,
Our street sweepers we use primarily for, not only for, but primarily for Meacham and Sutterth.
yeah.
Going along the curbs, pull everything off of the curb and gutter and pick everything up off of the highways. We have used them in other spots, you know, if there's a bunch of stuff to go through and pick up and clean them, but.
The only reason I ask, I had a request for a street sweeper that could sweep the street and pick up the trash.
Yeah, we know who that was. Jennifer probably.
No? I'm just teasing you.
Huh?
And fix water leaks.
Yeah, fix water leaks, but
Right.
don't use their parking spot.
And water the lawn as well.
One of the other things we are still looking for is, a mechanic's truck that we had priced out, just so that we can keep an air compressor, everything on the truck there. As of right now, we're using a regular pickup truck, and he's got tools in the back seat, tools in the front seat, toolbox in the back, fuel tank in there, and we have a air compressor that's right in the middle, and with that, you know, we'd have a crane on it too, just for tires, our heavy tires, motor grader tires, backhoe tires. If he has to go out to somewhere right now, we have 3 or 4 people, and get back there and picking up the motor grade tire and putting it in the truck, and then everybody meeting out there and helping them get everything out of the truck.
Well, wouldn't that be a safety violation there, or safety hazard as far as having all your tools in the front seat in case you got in a wreck or rolled, or
Yes, sir.
you?
It's-
Plus, you
it's
can't
one of the
find
reasons,
anything.
You know, I had it in there last year as well, but there was other, stuff that we needed as well, and we got the money for that, so that's why I kept that in here again for this year.
How
Is
much
that-
would that be? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
From the one that we were looking at, and when I got the price last year for it, it was, 70,000.
So you're looking at about 100 now.
So is that like Jerry has for his?
Yes, but nowhere near as big.
Oh, okay.
So why don't you have a toolbox to put that stuff in the back of the truck?
There's a toolbox.
There's just toolbox, but
Why are they in the cab?
For one, the toolbox that is in the back of the truck, is fitted with a diesel tank as well. So the toolbox it's not like the side bins or nothing, it's just a toolbox, with a diesel tank in there as well, so if he does get called out, he can fuel up equipment and stuff while he's there. And then the air compressor that we have mounted is right in the center of the
no
truck,
room.
there's just no room.
So you need toolboxes like on the side and.
Right,
With
and
a
that's what.
crane on the
Yeah,
back?
yeah.
Or a winch or whatever you call it.
Yes.
Because it's hard to
Yes,
find
ma'am.
the tools that you want, yeah.
Right. And like I said, like Jerry's, but no, we're not looking for anything that big or massive, just something to help him out.
Yeah.
More with the utility box on it and a crane in there so that we can help him out and be able to get
Can you,
little bit easier.
can you buy a utility, rear end and switch it out?
We can, but the truck that's actually the mechanic truck is a 2003 model. So we kind of like to upgrade it.
So it's kind of old.
Yeah.
Getting there. And, you know, with that, he has fuel on his truck, and we also, have a fuel truck in itself, that we have the guys go out, you know, but if we're on different job sites or somebody, we try to keep all the equipment fueled up, you know, before when you leave the job site, if you have to. Come back, get the fuel truck, take it back out there, make sure everything's filled up and, you know, as well, and that truck as well right now is an older truck. This one be more apt to just having a actual fuel tank in the back. And, we could put a toolbox in that one, just a couple little tools just for our general everyday use for our guys. And that one, that's a 1996, that one's a 96 Chevy. And we do have that one outfitted with a little on-demand air compressor. You know, the fuel tank in there, and we bought a little, like, toolbox that we keep in there and keep locked up just for little stuff. So if our guys go out, if there's a flat tire,
It's for general maintenance when they show up on site in the mornings.
Right.
Just to do their pre-trip inspections and stuff like that.
Okay.
and then with the others, you know, we did receive our D5 Caterpillar dozer, the fire-rated dozer. We have received our 950 loader, the 2 Pelican street sweepers, the Superior, and the Superior power broom. And still working on the 12-yard dump truck.
Right.
So you're wanting a 14-yard dump truck, but you're looking at a 12?
Yeah, put 14 on there. That's the same size as, our 2 older Peterbilts. I was looking to replace them, but 12-yard dump truck would work as well. The 12-yard dump truck is what they had originally quoted us for the 225,000 and that was set up with salt spreader, plow.
So you need 3. The 12 and the 2 14s?
No, the 12 is one of our newest trucks that we have.
Oh, you have it?
Yes. We received that in 2017, I believe.
Okay, we are getting a new quote sent for Peterbilt 12-yard dump truck because they quit making, so you're trying to buy that one?
Yes, the one, we're trying to replace our 2 14-yard dump trucks, the
Right.
big ones. The one that I'm calling for right now, we were budgeted for, but they don't make the 365, they don't make that model anymore. So everything's changed on it. I've been talking with them and they're like, well, we need this it still has to meet these specifications in order to work for us. So the newer trucks are being designed a lot different, you know, for us, for chip sealing, because they got to be able to do everything for us. They got to be able to hook up to the chip spreader, the paver.
Sure.
So all the measurements that I send them, they have to meet those specifications so that we can use that truck.
Okay, to be clear, on the steps needed to achieve your goal, the Superior Road Broom 90 grand we've got.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need the mechanic's truck.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we've got,
That's
where I'm confused.
We were budgeted for one of the
One.
trucks, yes.
and you need 2.
Yes, sir.
And but you're okay with a 12 when you
Yes, sir.
requested a
We'd be
14?
fine with the 12-yard dump truck.
Okay.
So would that 12 be 655,000 with the salt
That was for
spreader?
2 of them.
Oh, for 2 of them, got it, okay.
So,
Okay, got it.
and that would be fully equipped with the snow plow on the front, salt spreader, it'd be fully equipped.
Okay.
On the mechanic's truck, would that also be, you gonna equip it also with a plow?
We can buy it equipped. I mean, you can order the truck with the utility bed. It comes in as a cabin chassis and then the
Right.
dealership uses it with the utility bed and stuff on it.
We probably put a plow on it, but. we
No,
wouldn't
not
be
the-
able
no.
to Put a salt spreader.
No, you won't have the-
back If you have,
No, not for that.
no.
Just a plow.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Good
Okay.
job.
Thank you,
Get out.
gentlemen.
Hey, I was gonna ask a question. Right there, Hole in Davlin, because I drive that every day. There's a drive spot where it goes across that field and comes up, and somebody's put some millings down there. I noticed it just this morning, not on the whole thing, but right next to the road.
Where's this at?
Wasn't that?
Hole in Gavlin, where they join up right by the tank.
I know what that little access.
Yeah, it just goes across, and why is that even there?
I know the plant guys had driven on it because that's where we're gonna put our PRV when they do the tank thing. But everybody, I don't know who started driving through there, but I don't know where the millings came from.
It's just only right as you come off a hole, maybe 10 yards worth of it. Just drive by there and look, see?
Our guys did.
Yeah, I was
Our guys
like,
did
what is
too.
that? What is that? Yeah. Cool. We're probably, see?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Solid waste next, or who?
Yep, solid waste.
Jerry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, councilors.
Good morning.
Morning. Seems like we just did this last year.
Well, that's what I've been thinking the last 2 days, but they tell me I'm wrong, so. They're trying to get to it.
My organizational chart just changed. Alex, one of the Baramass,
Yep.
he transferred, so that spot is empty now,
Where'd he transfer to?
street department.
Well, that dirty dog.
So that.
That
so
dirty dog.
That 4 they need, is that counting Alex? I didn't see his name on there, but I could have been. It was so little.
It's on there,
It was, I saw it too.
second, third from the bottom
On,
on solid waste, doing that far, almost far right column.
I was talking about, Adam's deal.
I think I saw it. I think I saw his name.
And then we're still looking for, 2 CDL drivers. I had some applications come in yesterday, so when this is over, we'll probably plan to do some interviews.
Excellent.
Do you have to have a CDL to drive the Bear Mess trucks? Yeah.
No, ma'am. We actually got 2 applications for that position as well, that came in yesterday. So I had some CDL driver applications and this.
Nice. Jerry, how much longer do you have? Are you,
If I have 2 bad days in a row, I'll probably be gone.
Thought it was 3. 3 bad days, come on, stretch it, oh, man.
I got a little while.
okay.
I won't leave us high and dry, y'all.
Well, we appreciate that. I just know you always need help, but,
Well, if he's not gonna leave us high and dry, that means he's never gonna leave.
Do you have somebody that is interested in learning everything and being a leader, being,
Robin knows the top part very well. I depend a lot on her. She's actually learning a lot of what's going on when I'm ordering parts and stuff out in the shop. She's actually very smart and learning that very well. It would probably take her and somebody to help out in the shop because as the mechanic, he's very good, but he knows nothing about the ordering the parts and
and that stuff. He just says what he wants, and then he knows.
She orders it,
Yeah.
she sources it.
Okay.
But as far as like our team, we just organized to build their own hydraulic hoses. The grapple trucks come in with a blowed line. They can build it themselves. That's the way, the new guy that we just hired, he already built the hose yesterday. He came in with a blowed hose, and that's kind of the way we do our team.
Yeah.
So the first one's always on there, and it's ongoing, and of course, it's dumpsters.
So, but you still have 2 vacancies, right?
2 CDL and one.
The new one by, Solace. Okay,
one
gotcha.
Maintenance worker.
Yep, okay, sorry, go ahead.
We always go through the HGAC, through Roll-Offs USA, the government, and, buy as many as we can a year, every year. That's always ongoing. Any questions there?
No.
And then my next one is, I wanna replace that, 2000 grapple truck. What I'm running into now is, like you've heard, I just got through here, and it's getting parts for stuff that's more than 10 years old. You can actually get parts for your 57 Chevy easier than I can get parts for my trucks that are 10 years old.
Yep.
Because there's so many aftermarket people building stuff for 67 to 72,
Sure.
57 Chevys.
Well, is the, agreement that we have with Universal Waste is, I know they just got started, didn't they, on helping with the grappling on a couple of routes?
Yes, sir.
And then, did you hear the discussion earlier with, Cook, Dick Cook, that he's got some opportunities for some grants for grapple truck? And so, with that, he's talking about you, so if we're able to get them there, they would come. Okay. 4 of them?
We tried,
That'd be awesome.
he's gonna try for 4. We
Okay.
tried it last year, so, but anyhow, he's trying it again this
Okay.
year for us. But I did put in for that one. And, it won't be ordered. That's too long. So what Peterson does, who is the body manufacturer of the grapple truck, they order some trucks every year. So we use one like we did with that garbage truck that's already built. It'll work.
Okay, so it already has the grapple and everything. So where do they get the grapple apparatus if you
Right.
can't get parts? It's just a new grapple apparatus they
Right.
tie on it?
They ordered the truck from Peterbilt. They order so many trucks every year. And, then they'll put their bodies on them, however we want our bodies,
Set up, right?
our deals. We pick up from both sides of the road. We have ours where we can, they're just not the right-hand pickup. Ours
Who
are-
was running the grapple on, real early in the morning, a week ago, Monday, I think it was, on
George
Hall?
will come in and hit these roads real early in the morning.
Yeah, who is that?
George Palaco.
But he was, people throwing stuff, it gets strode out. He was actually out there with the rake with these lights on. It was still dark. He was out there. I
He's
mean,
my grapple truck supervisor.
yeah, he's a worker, man.
Yeah.
He was doing an awesome
A lot
job.
of Good, feedback on him.
Yeah, he does an excellent job.
He, he tries to make the other guys do it like him, and sometimes it causes problems, but
Sure, yeah.
he is, George has been with me probably on the grapple truck the longest of anybody. He was hired in 2003, and, that's all he's ever done. He's made maybe a couple loads to the landfill with the semi, and filled in a couple times on the trash truck, but the grapple truck is all he's ever done. And that's his baby. He, he washes his truck. Our guys have to wash and grease their trucks every week. And, his is always perfect. Just, he's a good employee.
Yeah.
Very good employee. And he'll probably be another one to help Robin out when I'm gone. So that's that.
the grapple truck. And then on our transfer station, our container shop, I think it was around 08, 07 or 08, I had that insulation sprayed on top of the transfer station. Really helped with the heating and everything. They sprayed it on the outside and,
They sprayed it on the outside?
and coat it.
Ah,
And if you got any leaks and everything, which we did, that's.
seals it up. And then you got the new exhaust fans in there?
That's a done deal.
Good.
Love them. But I want to do the container shop this year. And the outfit from Albuquerque, the same ones that did my transfer station, I'd like to get that done. And it will help a lot on the heating and everything. It really helps.
And that's on the same property, it's just the building past the transfer station building, the big building, is the one in the back?
Yes, that's in the back.
Yeah.
That was our old transfer station when
Okay.
we used to load, put with the push packer, rear load.
Okay.
What's a container shop?
That's where Anthony works on all the containers.
Maintenance is, some of them's got the little jigs built on them, so they sit
Yeah.
in a ditch and,
Got it.
He does
Okay.
all that. He has his own welder. I
Oh,
bought,
okay.
metal cutters.
patching them if they rot, because the bottom of them, some of them
Yeah.
rust out.
And it's over there at the transfer station. It's in the back
When
corner.
you drive through and he's got the transfer station, you go all the way.
So it's south, and then the transfer station is what you see on the highway.
Oh, okay,
So it's-
okay.
It's actually
Yeah,
back behind. He has
So where are you gonna store, and then the new dumpsters? Are you still storing them over at,
a transfer station.
you store them there? Okay. And then what do we do with the old ones?
The agreement we have with HGAC.
They take 'em?
They take them. So, which is a big expense to us.
Yeah, having to haul them and get rid of them, yeah.
We used to have to do that, but this has worked out very well.
Okay.
Any questions on the insulation?
Do you have any kind of idea, you said, I was trying to see, $40,000 for the insulation and the sealing up? Okay. And who does that? I didn't see the
It's an
name.
outfit in Albuquerque.
Yeah. Well, you just said the one that did the other one?
They did us very well.
Okay.
You do, every 5 years, you have to come back and put a sealant on there.
Just wears off, yeah.
I can do that with my regular budget.
Okay.
That's no big deal.
So, the fire marshal, did he tell you need to upgrade your fire system?
Well, he didn't tell me that. The guy that was doing the rate analysis and all of them, had talked about this new system that the transfer stations are doing now. So I wanted to do that.
Is it just the material that's inside the
And
system, or is it actually the,
It's material that comes in through the wall from the fire hydrant.
Yeah.
And then, mounts on the wall and everything. It's kind of like the motels and stuff that have stairs, they have those hoses and all that on them big motels that are up high in the air.
yeah,
And we'd probably even use it to help wash the floor.
oh, you can use it like that, yeah. And so that's only $5 to $6 grand?
That's what the quote I got.
Wow.
Because we can, Adam can put a riser on and a T on the hydrant, what we
So
do.
it's hooked directly to the fire hydrant?
It's got its own valve. The fire hydrants, like if you turn them on too fast, you might hurt something.
Uh-huh.
The way this works, it ain't gonna hurt. We're not gonna hurt his system,
Okay, and I'm sure it's got the backflow preventer and all that good stuff on it.
We'll-
Okay, well, that's the most reasonable deal
Yeah.
I've heard all day.
We actually have to really watch that. We have had to use that fire hydrant. We have a wrench and everything for it. But you guys have to know how to do it.
You dang right.
You just don't go turn it on and hope for the best.
Right. Slow.
Any questions? And then I wanted to do another trash truck. Again, the older ones we got.
So the one that got crashed, what's ETA on getting that back in service with the stuff that we've done with
March.
March? So we're coming up.
Yeah.
That truck was already built. They put our body
Yeah.
on that chassis.
Yep.
The only thing we ask is for them to raise it up a little bit.
Yep. And they said that wasn't any problem. So on this new one, what's the wait time, lead time on that?
About 30 days more than that truck being built.
Oh, really?
90 days, because they already have the truck.
Okay, because I thought okay, so we're using that process. Because the other one we ordered took us, what, a year and a half?
Right, it was, the one I ordered, I'm not ordering these, they're on the lot. They don't have the horsepower we
That
desire.
you need on the,
But they'll do the job, and we can keep running. We've had a hard time here lately.
Yeah.
so the new ones you're ordering, they're geared here, they're the transmissions, the engine and everything you've already got all that figured in. And so we're talking about doing the process that we did on this one that was wrecked, using their body and whatever. So the new one you're talking about, you said will only take 60 days or so?
90 days.
90
for the
days,
New one, because Peterson has the truck.
right?
They have the chassis. They just put the body on it that we want.
Where'd you get the body in it? I was just wondering, it took us a year and a half the last time. Has the supply chain tightened up?
No, but I'm not ordering the truck with all the special stuff on it like I usually do.
You order the truck and then you having them,
I'm just buying what's on the lot,
okay.
what they have.
And
And
then-
we'll, make it work.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And then, of course, we always want to keep Keeper-Dosa Beautiful. That's just ongoing, everything.
I appreciate it. The whole committee appreciates it. The whole town does. Thank you.
As long as, Judy will let me have my checkbook, then we'll keep funding that.
And I don't know if you were here in January, but I gave kudos to your Bear Mess guys because during the holidays, no, I'm sorry, the snowstorm and the trash truck couldn't get up, in some of the areas. And, they were coming and opening up the dumpster and dragging out all that trash. And, I thank you so much.
Was that Alex?
We have,
he's already
well,
gone.
actually, that's the Bear Mess and the drivers.
Yeah.
If the drivers can't run their truck, they'll help out the Bear Mess on their routes and go relieve dumpsters.
Well,
No, that one, Alex. That was Scott.
He's already gone.
I appreciate it
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
Yes, ma'am.
Great guys.
We got a pretty good team. Pretty good team.
On what we're talking about, I guess we've kind of shelved or forgot about the convenience station.
Yeah.
So, because we couldn't ever find out how to make it convenient. But on, just working with, the white goods, when we would do that, was that through Green Tree? Or
So
was,
the Bear Mess goes out and picks up all the white goods.
but you know how we would have it every now and then on the parking lot of Albertsons or whatever
That's through Green Tree.
that's through Green Tree.
Your computer.
So will that be, because we were talking to Ernie and what's the other guy's name, the owner?
Mark.
Mark, about them trying to take that over. You wouldn't mind that, would you?
No, not at
Yeah.
all.
Because I don't know who's doing that since they bought the dump station down there
You're
from
gonna
Van.
have to, hire some more people though, because they're using the people that they already had here.
Yeah.
And it's actually hard for them to help us with grapple. They're wanting it done, so they're doing it. but they're gonna have to have some more people over here, as where Sierra Contracting is.
Yeah, he kept the guys that are at the plant and.
So Van did sell it?
And they bought some rear loaders and some different things that they're using for, he used sofas and washing machines and stuff like that for them to haul instead of going around picking them up with a grapple truck. They pull up and grab them. But yeah, he was acting like they had the staff to do it, but then he's just turning around and handing it off. So it's just making more work on those guys too. All right, well, thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, Lee.
See y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
How you doing there, Lee?
Good, how are you?
Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pictures. I'm good with that.
How are y'all today?
Outstanding. Send it.
All right. My first goal is, the terminal and FBO remodel. It's my understanding that building was built about the same time the airport was, and it's, pretty dilapidated. It's in pretty rough shape. Of course, y'all all seen that. The roof leaks. The interior needs a paint job. It needs new energy efficient windows and doors. I was just put on their LED lighting, but I was reading, something the other day and, I believe the LED or the lighting had already been changed out, a couple of years ago with LEDs. The FBO counter and fuel office and restrooms, pilot's lounge, all that needs a remodel, needs a facelift. On the air side, just below the windows, over the years, they've been just running cables and wires and stuff along back there, and it's just a big conglomerated mess. I would like to do something to try to get that cleaned up, either shroud it or something to get that mess cleaned up and try to make the back of that building or the air side of that building look a little more appealing to people that are flying in and parking their $1 million jets on a ramp.
Yeah.
I'm currently waiting on some quotes for new energy efficient furnace and central AC. Last year, our AC quit or started, it's been rotting out for a few years. It's, I don't even know how big that thing is, an 8-foot by 8-foot swamp cooler. And it's on a platform inside the hangar. And the metal around the bottom where the water sits in is starting to rot out. The plumbing to it leaks. So I've got with an air conditioning place to get us a quote, and they're gonna come back out and talk to me about, instead of going with a new furnace and air conditioner, which would be a 5-ton, they're gonna come out and talk to me about a heat pump, a dual fuel heat pump for it. So I'm waiting on them
Well,
to,
it'll still be a 5-ton. Heat pumps, I guess it might work up there. They don't prove to be that. Who'd you talk to?
A and B is the ones that they've been, the ones that I've been able to get to come out and do the repairs on our,
Why isn't he utilizing the ones that we have already that do everything else?
Now, we use Ford.
FNS, and then
Yep.
if it gets bigger than that, they're on call but heat pumps generally don't work in this climate as well. Cause it's ambient temperature that's used or whatever, so. But we should be able to get you a quote on that.
okay.
And,
Brandon and them are pretty quick to get a hold of them.
yeah,
So you don't need an HVAC?
yeah,
That's what that is?
that's what they are.
Okay.
Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning,
Yeah,
and
okay.
he's talking about, a heat pump is, all it does is the condensing pump that's in there that condenses the freon and makes it cold, and it runs it through the copper, and then as it attracts heat goes to cold, it expands, pumps it back out, pumps it, and then the fan on top exhausts it. Well, a heat pump reverses the valve, and it pulls in ambient temperature and sends it back around, so heat pumps will work to a certain percent, but it's electric. And you have gas out there?
We're on propane, and the one that he was talking about was a dual fuel.
Yeah.
But I've never dealt with heat pumps, so I really don't know anything about them. I was gonna entertain the thought and visit with him about it, but
Well, when it's real cold, that's why you have the dual fuel, because it's all propane. Because it's cold and you can't pull any heat out of the ambient temperature.
okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so they're good to about 45 degrees. They may have improved them some, but we can get FNS out there to look at that pretty pronto and see what kind of bid we can get on that.
Because you're going to need quotes anyway, so you might as well get somebody up there to.
Right.
Have you had quotes for all your repairs?
No, I haven't yet. I'm not exactly sure, how we were wanting to go with that kind of stuff. I've got several thoughts about it. Around the second story, there's probably a couple of dozen windows, and I would like to get rid of a lot of them. All of them leak. There's water damage up there, they leak air, and, my thoughts on, if not all of them, maybe half of them or so, is to pull them out, frame them in, sheet them, and, just close them off. And then get the entire building painted, upgraded, get the, like I said, the.
Well, and those LED lights, right now, P&M has that rebate program. And like me out there, I put in $80-something thousand worth of new fluorescents, new everything converted to LED, and they paid for almost every bit of it.
Well, I was telling,
It's already.
I was reading the deal the other day that evidently Austin had replaced all those lights in there with LEDs.
Oh, he did?
So I haven't got up.
Well,
there.
are they true LEDs or are they the?
Conversions,
the
I
conversion?
don't know, I haven't got up there and checked, they look like they're probably conversions. Because the fixtures look like they're
Old,
1980s models.
yep.
Thing if there's two ways to do it, you can go in there and you can take the ballast out of it and rewire those old fixtures and put LEDs in.
No,
Or you
it's
can
much
just
cheaper
put a
just to
light
buy
bulb
they're 4 foot long.
Right.
You just pull one out and put another one in, and there's not much to them, but the LED, they're so much clearer.
Yeah.
But I just turned in, we finished the last of the building, and LeMay can come out there and take a look, and he's the rebate guy for P&M here in town.
And Mike and I also met with the gentleman from Las Cruces who works with P&M. He came by Village Hall last week, so we can get in contact
How
with
did that
him.
miss our, what do we call that thing? Where we went and evaluated all the buildings for energy consumption and, remember we did that?
The
And was
energy
that not
audit.
brought up? Do you remember?
I don't think it was included as one of the buildings, that they took a look at.
But that should be simple enough, really, Because, I mean, I just turned it in last week and they sent me a email and printed it and sent it back in and I'm gonna be approved. And so out of the $8,400, it's gonna cost me $1,000. That's labor, basically. So it's a pretty good deal right now, if you can still get it. I don't know when it ends, but.
Okay.
But if there's a way we can get LeMay, because he's done with me just about. And I know we've got him on everything else.
And his son usually is the one that'll go also. He works with P&M closely too, so LeMay's Ricky's son.
Yeah, if there's any way we could get him dialed in to go out there and look at that. Because that really helps a lot, and you get some fresh paint on the inside of that, and it looks like a brand-new doghouse.
Yes, sir.
It'd be nice. And we haven't got the leak fixed, as you were just saying, because I see the new roof. What kind of roof does that place have? A metal? I've never been on it.
Let's see, the FBO portion, I believe, is, TPO.
Oh, really? Is that where your office is at?
Yes, sir.
That TPO?
It's a TPO,
Okay, well, that's a high-dollar roof.
because the roof is white,
Yeah, that's
so I'm pretty sure it's a TPO.
TPO, yeah. And we do have leaks on it.
Yes, sir. There's one in my office, and where my office is at, it's the hangar is taller, so there's that seam right there. So that could be anywhere on that seam. And then we've got another one just inside the front door. As you go on up the staircase, there's a leak right there.
And you need all new ceiling tiles in there. There's a bunch
It'd
of them
probably be
stained.
best to all new ceiling tiles, that way they all match.
Yep, that's the point.
And the ones that are in there are the offsets.
Mm-hmm.
So the center of them hangs down lower than the grid.
Yep.
And, I'd had a thought about if we can go through the remodel process, is drop that ceiling down to the top of that, second story wall, frame that wall on up, and then drop that ceiling, get it well insulated. And, I think that would save us a lot in energy. Right now, Friday, I was at 30% on my propane, and then we got a 1,000-gallon tank. And by the time Monday rolled around and the PO got pushed through and we got them to come out and fill it up, we were already down to 23%, I think. And we've got the heater set in the FBO, in the main part of it, at 64. And the three out in the hangar that are working, we've got them set at 50 or 43, something like that. They're pretty low. And they've got a switch on them to where whenever we open that hangar door, it shuts everything off. So they're not blowing when the door's open.
Not heating the outside. And is that a pellet stove?
Sir?
A pellet stove that you have in there, or is it
The stove that's in there is a wood burning stove.
it's a wood burn, not a pellet?
Correct. And, we use it, sometimes if it gets real cold, we'll fire that thing up, but for the most part, we don't use it a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I say, at night, we don't use it at all. We don't leave it running at night. We let it burn out before we leave. But like I say, we keep the heater set at about 64 constant, and we're going through a lot of propane. So I think my thoughts are if we could do a drop that ceiling down to the top of that parapet wall, and then framing in on the back side and get some good insulation up there in that drop ceiling and everything, I think it would go a long way towards being more energy efficient.
Cutting that down, okay. And I know there's gonna be a lot of airport money, but unfortunately, I don't think anything has to do, we're asking if they're gonna have some for, building, structure, remodel, stuff like that, but we haven't got that, a thumbs up yet on that, so.
On the FAA,
No, this state aviation, so I guess that's.
State aviation.
It's the state aviation. because they're putting in another, last year, what was it?
55 million?
And it's supposed to be 55 again this year, so we're going for your apron and the other part.
Yeah, and we'll get to that here in a second.
Yeah.
But the FAA is also funding some, terminal stuff.
So are you getting that? I haven't seen it sent to me yet, so.
No, I'm not. I need to, figure out who I need to talk to get some more information on that. I know in Clovis that they had got the, FAA to fund, or they were working with them to fund 13 million to build a new terminal in Clovis.
We need to find out who we
It's gonna
can
be set up.
Just
talk
visit-
to.
we just need to
Clovis
visit with-
also got that money right before, the supplemental money, before they shut it off for rural. They were one of the ones that got that stopping at the FAA for rural area airports. Clovis got it, and who else got it? Anyway, and Ruidoso didn't get on the apply for it in time. We missed it. It's been years ago.
We just need to get with Jane and Dan with State Aviation. That's your first step, is to visit with them on all that FAA funding. Because they're gonna have to match it anyway, so that's the best way to go, best route.
Okay.
But we're gonna have to work hard on that. There's all those things I know you need, especially that roof and that furnace and AC.
And, to go along with the, remodel in there, I didn't put it in there because I didn't think about it in time. I know we had talked about the possibility of getting an A&P mechanic.
Yeah, we don't even know what the heck's going on with that. I mean, he's all over it.
As I was telling the mayor, I spoke to him last week, and he still said he wanted to meet with you. He has some other things going on, but we just need to, the mayor and I spoke, we'll need to put something out again.
We need to go ahead and put something else out.
Okay.
Just try to, and we don't have to do any type of RFP, but you still need to find somebody.
Right. Well, the direction I'm going with this is on the terminal and that hangar. Because, that hangar is where, it was conveyed to me that that's where we were gonna set it up at. So I got to doing some research because, we had a guy buy a hangar out there from somebody else, and it's turned out that it's too small for what he wants, so he wants to tear it down and build a bigger hangar. So I started doing some research, because he wants to build it 2.5 times bigger. And, so the distance between the hangars and firewalls, stuff like that, well, during this, going off the NAPA 409, if we allow an A&P to be out there in that hangar, then according to this, we have to have a 2-hour firewall between the hangar and the FBO
Right.
if we're gonna maintain, use of that FBO. Now, if we.
Well, we're still, no,
the
that's
entire
not even
thing-
for discussion, that part. The FBO is gonna be maintained. The 2-hour rate of fire, they've got material you can spray on, paint on, or add, sheet rock and stuff like that for that wall to get that 2-hour burn.
Now, the biggest problem with that wall is, that's where everything is at.
Hank?
All of our plumbing, our heater, our server rack, everything is on that wall. So that's
Well,
just
maybe have to
something
be a
that-
chase or a walk space built, a false
that's- and,
hallway, something like that.
That would bring it out
That's where your
to where
bathroom's
it's
at,
just
too.
right up next to the hangar door. So there's, things like that that need to be looked at, if we're gonna go that route.
Sure.
And as far as, what I meant about maintaining the FBO, I know we're gonna maintain our FBO, but I meant, if we was to rent the entire building to somebody to where they could utilize the office spaces and stuff, and for their customers and something like that, then we wouldn't have to worry about doing that firewall, because it's all theirs, but then we would have to buy or,
Build a
build a new terminal. And I've got ideas for that too. But
Well,
that's a ways down the road.
we've never really got a good plan for the guy that wants to tear down and build. You know, does it fit the footprint? You know, I've got other people requesting, can they build an extra 20 feet or 10 feet off of their building to put restrooms and run water to it? So we really, in this master plan that you guys are gonna be working on with your board, we need to come up with some of those considerations on, because we have people that are interested in building their own hangar.
Right.
And so what is that gonna look like? Where are we gonna put them? You know, how do we want that laid out?
Yes, sir.
And so is that something that state aviation can help with the layout so they can walk it through?
It's something we can work with Armstrong.
Our engineers,
Yes.
our engineers can help us out with
Because if they're wanting to do that, we need to make sure we got approval on how it's gonna fit in and.
Right.
Yep.
Who is it?
Jason Heller.
So I don't know.
He bought, I don't remember who that big hangar belongs to. The one with the helo pad on it, when you come in that first gate.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who it is.
So anyway, and there where all those hangars are at, well, you know where, Dave Steps' hangar's at?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's across from his hangar and back towards the, T hangars a little bit. It's a small one between two hangars. And he wants to, at first when he got it, this all started before I got here. And his original plan was just to expand out so he can get a bigger plane in there. Well, it was, wasn't gonna be enough, so he wants to just tear it down and start over, and he's, said he wants to build one about 2.5 times the size of the one that's there. So, if he did that, if he expanded it out anymore, if it's not a 30-foot between hangars, then he has to build a 2-hour firewall. And so I was, waiting to get some more information on that before I visited with him anymore on it.
Okay, anywhere on your planning on these stuff, I didn't see anything about all the, I don't know what you call it, their driveways, where they do their planes back. But some complaints that I've gotten, not just from STEP, but several of them, is that there's huge cracks in settling. Do we have that addressed anywhere?
So the ramp project, when they redo when they come in and do the,
That would cover that?
yes, yeah, anything that's ours will be crack sealed and surface sealed.
Okay, because I want to make sure on those
And I'll
grants
get
that
with,
we're going after, that all of that's included in there.
And I'll get with Armstrong and make sure that that project encompasses the entire ramp.
Right, and that's on the CIP, where the wording, the scope of work will include that on the CIP.
Right.
And then we talk about the other layout, so for proposed or in the future building that people can, here's a spot that you can build on, and if somebody wants to come in and develop it, then here's the rules.
Right.
And if I want to add to my building and there's room, what are the rules? How do I get water? That's what some of them are saying, they want bathrooms.
We need, more water storage out there for that. They, were loading the ARF truck the other day, filling it with water, and we had no water pressure in the terminal whatsoever. I got Randy Cohen, who's working on helping us out. He's, gonna put or they're working on where the water storage is at over by the gun range.
Yeah, they leave running all the time.
Booster pump on it, and to boost the pressure to us whenever, and right now it's set up to where one of them can run it off their cell phone. And they're working on putting an automatic switch on there, so as soon as that pressure changes on that fire hydrant, it'll kick that pump on, that way we still have.
Okay, because we have plenty of water out there. So, okay. But it's across the highway, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's where, Mesa Verde guy was leaving it on?
No, actually, the one that they were leaving on was where the fuel farm is at.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
one is running
This one's
off the
past
one
it
by
on
the,
down.
Yeah, down by the, at the shooting range.
Yeah. Well, how big are those tanks, Randy?
6,000.
Is 500,000. I think the other one is.
So they're full, he just doesn't have enough pressure when he,
The 500,000 gallon is about half full, but that one's not tied in. It's primarily used for, water, fire protection. And then the other one, I think it's around 80,000, and that one stays full. But what we're gonna do is set up that, high flow pump on automatic, because what they would have to do now is if they have an issue, they would have to manually go start it.
okay,
So I'm working with Terry on that
okay,
to get that addressed.
okay.
Any more questions about the terminal?
No.
All right, next one is the taxiway Alpha and Apron. I put in here that they need a mill and an overlay, but, further inspection of them, what's in the plan is just a maintenance on them, which is, they'll come in and do crack sealing, and then they'll do a surface seal, and then they'll repaint.
Okay.
And that's on the taxiway and the apron both. One thing that they are looking at doing whenever they do that is there at the hangar door where the asphalt is really messed up. They're gonna cut that section out, and the entire length of with the hangar and the FBO, that entire length in there, they're gonna go out 40 feet and cut that out and re-asphalt that, put in good new asphalt, and it may be a mill and overlay, which will be just 2 inches is what they'll mill out of there. The section right in front of the hangar that's really messed up, I don't know that they'll be able to do that on it. They may have to go. all
Well,
the way
it's
down
kind
to
of
the base.
alligated out, isn't it? It's pretty thin.
Yeah, and it's rutted and it's pretty rough shape. So I don't know how in depth they'll have to get with it. But, Armstrong, when they were out here last, they looked it over and they measured out, and they're gonna put that in the plans
Okay, good.
to get that portion of it replaced. And then, like I say, crack seal and
And you'll be there
surface seal the rest.
Tuesday
Yes, sir.
in Santa Fe for the airport?
Lee will be heading up on Monday.
Monday evening after
Yes.
the meeting, we have a meeting in here.
He's all booked, has a,
Okay,
All-
your bags are packed, you're ready to
packed.
go.
Bags are packed, they're in the truck.
All right,
All I gotta do
because
is.
we have that.
he's even taking his own sack lunch, so he told me he didn't have
We're
any.
gonna go to that airport conference and see what's available. Okay,
I have a
next.
meeting on Monday.
We have a meeting Monday morning, I forgot what it is. Yes, we're opening up, yeah. So go ahead, Lee, the only thing standing between you and a little
Lunch?
belly
I know it.
is you.
Runway 624 also needs paint and glass beads. One of the discrepancies that we got were the paint on Alpha and the chevrons on the blast pads on 624. So,
We're wrong color,
well,
wrong color, yellow or whatever, orange.
chevrons they've got about 10 coats of paint on them, and it's flaking off. So they're gonna have to eradicate them and then come back in and put new paint down. And then on Taxiway Alpha, they're faded out and they're hit and miss on the glass beads. So in this project coming up for the Alpha and Ramp project, that'll all be taken care of in that. Say the parking apron, they'll repaint the tee boxes. Another thing I got on there is upgrading our lighting on 624, and that's on my CIP.
Okay,
And to the LED lighting and with the 30-inch lights like they did on 1230 and Bravo.
and these are items that we're including on the legislative ask right now, right?
Mayor, council, we're looking at the apron project and possibly the relocation of the fuel farm. But we can also, we'll work with Jane and with Dan and with our CIP, our top 5 that he has, and we'll see which projects, but I know the apron one is the one that Senator Munoz mentioned.
Yeah, he mentioned it
So that was good.
specifically.
Right.
Right.
So we just don't know what that's gonna be on the estimate, so.
Okay.
And that's a state-only project, so
Right.
that's what Armstrong is working on right now, is getting that put together to get ready to go.
Not
on
this, that.
That, yes,
Okay, so this, we don't have anybody on?
not yet.
Okay.
Like I say, it's on my CIP, but I think it's, 2 years? I think is what it is, I can't remember. But I would like to, get it upgraded with the lighting, get in a new lighting vault to, have a regulator for each runway and each taxiway, that way everything's separated on its own regulator.
Okay,
And,
how do, when you say the regulator, does that have anything to do with the planes are turning the lights on at night from when they're coming into land?
The regulator is what, so our light system out there is on a 3-step system.
Okay.
So when yes, it's pilot controlled lighting. That's a separate box, but it's what turns these regulators on. So the regulators, they're a box that's about the size of a mini fridge.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got 3 steps. We've got it's a 4.6, 5.2, and 6.6 amps. So at each step, when they click their mic on their radio, they can bring them up to whatever intensity they want. And that's on the runway and taxiway lights. And generally on the taxiway lights, they're set at the 5.2 setting. So no matter how many times you click the mic, they come on at medium intensity, that's where they stay. And then the signs are the same way. So the only ones that should actually step up and down are the runway lights. And that's why I would like to have a separate regulator for each zone. That way they can be set for a certain, amperage.
Intensity. Mhm.
Intensity. And, it saves on lights. Really, the taxiway lights don't need to be brought up to the 6.6 amps and be as bright as.
But they're all LED
runway lights.
anyway, so,
Right.
but they're probably too bright some cases if they're that high.
Yeah, on the taxiway lights, they can be too bright
Yeah.
on that.
Okay.
So that's, what I would like to do in the future is get that. Right now, our 1230 on taxiway Bravo looks like it would be our main runway at taxiway.
Yeah.
Because
It's fresh and.
it's fresh and the lights are really intense.
Oh, yeah, those are,
And Alpha does not have any lights on it at all.
Yeah.
It's just reflectors. So, any other questions on that one?
No, sir.
All right, next one is, the page that I handed y'all. Sorry. So that yellow line that's going across there,
Yes, sir.
and I did talk to Jane and the engineers about this. So we get a lot of traffic on that ramp, automobile traffic. And for safety reasons, I would like to cut down on automobile traffic to the right of that yellow line. So that's where our, where we park.
They
our
fly
trucks.
in, people go out there and their cars pick them up and
Right.
instead of them getting out and walking to the terminal.
Right. That, and we also have people that are in these hangars back here. They'll come driving around to look at the airplanes, and I want to put a stop to all that.
Put a stop to it, and what's the main reason? Safety?
Safety.
Okay, put a stop to it.
I understand that we want to maintain hospitality, but what my plan is to stop bringing their vehicles out onto the ramp, so they'll have plain side vehicle. But if we could get like a side-by-side or something that's just dedicated to that, then a lot of these people come in with a lot of luggage. We can load their luggage in the side-by-side, and we can take it around and still help them with their luggage, get it to their vehicle, but they're gonna have to walk through the terminal to their vehicle instead of, us driving their vehicles onto the ramp.
Yep.
And that's another, it's a liability for us to be driving people's personal vehicles. I understand there, a year or so ago, there was one that was wrecked as they were pulling out of a parking stall.
I didn't know about it, did you?
They,
And
one that they had, they drove it and they hit, there was something they hit, yes.
they hit one of the poles at the gate or something
Yes.
like that. So, when I heard about that, I was like, that's a liability for us. And I wanna try to cut down as much of that as I can and make it, safer. When, I first got here this summer and I saw them taking the vehicles out there, where these people get in their vehicles and they were driving between the airplanes
Oh, boy.
to get out, and that's,
Well, I've gone out there before and there's cars parked all over the place out there.
and I've changed it up some, so where we used to, all the pickups would just park out, kinda where we had the stage set up. I moved all the rental cars around the side of the building. Right now, they're under that very first sunshade that's right next to the terminal. And then our vehicles are parked in those slots. So from the terminal out onto the ramp, we don't have vehicles parked out there anymore. I've already changed that. But I wanna work on, like I say, making these other changes.
Well, you'll need to make
So
sure
that-
you contact them all through their email, you post signs there, and then we'll have to get something posted outside.
So, we'll get all that posted, but with the ramp project coming up, with the surface seal and repaint and stuff like that, that yellow line, I wanna make that a 3 foot wide red stripe. And then painted on the ground, it'll say, something,
No entry or border or stop here or
authorized vehicles only.
Alto.
Alto, yeah. Authorized vehicles only beyond this point.
There you go.
So that's what I would like to do with that.
Did your board agree too?
I haven't brought it to the board yet because it came up within the last couple of weeks when I was looking at,
Because, like I said, I've been out there, and there's people driving all around there, people pulling up in planes way out there, and they're going way out to get them. And I know we flew some people in one day, some people that were looking out at the club that a member flew them in, and gosh, they were way out there expecting me to go out there. Well, I'm parked right there back at the terminal and saying, no, you gotta come over there. We went and grabbed their luggage but I mean, they're way out there.
We used to do that with Judge Jones also, when he would fly in, and we'd go pick him up and do curbside.
Yeah, so we need to fix that. Okay. Well, what we need to do is just explain to them for safety reasons, blah, blah, blah. We understand, because they're like pickleballers,
Just have, Armstrong help out with some language on that, so,
okay.
and what it's, part of the airport safety.
And so on your map that you gave us, the one you were talking about tearing down and building up, it's, the furthest one, the big one that's got the two little brown pieces there,
Right.
it's not that one.
No, so actually, it's that little one.
The little bitty one?
Yeah, that
The
little
long
bitty
one that butts up to the little other one?
So that one with the two brown pieces in front of it?
Yep.
It's the one just to the left of it.
To the left, that little bitty thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
So he can expand it. I mean, I don't know exactly where the land leases fall off of the edge of the buildings,
Yeah.
how far out it goes. So we would have to look at that because we'd have to expand his land lease to do this. So no matter, unless he's wanting to build one as big as that big one, I don't see an issue with any firewalls or anything like that. So, I think he's gotta be, for, logo stuff, it's, 10 feet or something like that. And just enough room to get an apparatus in there, which why you would wanna pull an apparatus between the two buildings? I don't know.
I was just wanting
But-
clarification, because you were talking about over by Steps, and his is way on over.
Well, Steps is actually right across from that. So,
Steps is right there.
yeah, so that little bitty hangar.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this little bit.
Oh, no, that's a helo pad.
Okay,
Yeah, it's that one right there.
yeah, this one right here, this end right here.
Yep.
And then there's another hangar here.
Yes, so, well, that is the hangar, and from there out is his,
Driveway?
driveway.
Okay, yeah, this sucker's not very big.
No, and that's the one he wants to tear down and make a lot bigger.
Okay,
And then that crack you were talking about, that Steps talking about
right
is,
there.
and it runs across that
Yeah.
blacktop right there.
Yeah. Because this guy was the one that hit me up that day I was out there. He came over and he took me over and showed it to me. There's a,
And he hit you up about building a bigger hangar? And-
no, he didn't say boo about that, so
Oh, okay.
that's
So-
your department. We'll leave that for you. But we've talked about having a master plan for the airport, and this is part of what your group's supposed to be talking about, is how does it get laid out? Then we talked to Armstrong about, because there's going to be some landfill, some compaction, all that stuff. Because right when you get past Steps, it gets pretty western out there.
Yes, it does.
So,
And, there is a master plan, and I got a hold of, Delta?
That's who,
Delta's the one that did
prepared
it.
the last one, yes.
So I got a hold of them the other day and had them, send me that, and then I turned around and sent it to Armstrong.
Oh, Armstrong should have it.
Well, they didn't have a digital copy
Oh,
of it.
okay.
So I got Delta to send me the digital copy, and then I sent it to Armstrong. I think it's last week or week before.
okay, fuel farm, yeah, we're gonna do that as soon as we get the funding. And where are you gonna put it on your map?
Okay, on my map, it's actually
Way to the left, out of the
not on the
right?
map, it's way to the right of that yellow
Well,
line.
if you're looking to the right, well, if fuel farms back out this way, you have to go across the highway, and I thought you were gonna move it over here. But you're talking about it's still gonna be way back to the, when I say right, so it'll be back to the west, or it's gonna be back to the east?
Which,
The
do you
east or
have
west?
Sierra Blanca where you can read it, or is it upside down to you?
Upside down, well, as it lays out there, if you're walking in the front door,
Okay.
to the left is the east, and so is it gonna be to the east?
It is gonna be to the east. Right now, it's to the west.
Way to the west, yeah.
Way to the west. So I've got a couple of different ideas on that. Right now, I'm waiting on, Innovative Fueling out of Amarillo to get back to me. Before I do anything with that fuel farm, I'm gonna have them come out and do an inspection on it. Because, if the tanks aren't worth moving, then we gotta regroup and go a different route.
And then you're
One
gonna have
thought
to
I had
have a
on
berm
that-
pit out there, a berm in case you have a leak for the above ground, and then you make sure
Well,
we got electrical.
so the tanks are, double wall tanks. And if we redo it where I'm wanting to, then yes, they will build it won't be inside a burned wall, but it will have it'll drain to the back.
Yeah,
So if it does leak, it'll drain to the back and then we can just clean it up from there.
okay, so it'll be right
The
there
tanks
where
will be
all your other
double wall
business
tanks.
is, and the guys can load and go.
What I'm thinking about, instead of putting it right off the edge of the ramp, just right there where the edge of the ramp meets the white part of the paper, where the map cuts off at, is originally where, I was told that was a thought to put it. I don't want it there because when we have people coming in these $1 million jets, the last thing they want to see is a fuel farm. And with the fuel farm being right there, along that fence line is currently on the busy weekends, when we get a lot of jets in, they'll back up
Right
the
there.
planes to right there, and then they'll put more, but they always leave enough room to where they can fire up, taxi out and leave. Well, if we put a fuel farm right there, then we're gonna lose 900 feet of ramp space in front of that fuel farm. Cause we can't put any jets within 900 feet of that because,
And
So what
so
my
it-
thought is, on the, I've been visiting with, Chief Chavis.
Mm-hmm,
So that building out there that was the crew quarters,
mm-hmm.
the one that he's got at the firing range is dilapidated,
No
falling
kidding.
apart. And we've been talking about him getting rid of that one and taking the one that we've got.
I thought the pilot spent the night there.
No, that's, the firemen were using it whenever the fire department was out there. And now it's just sitting there empty. And I don't want it to start rotting away.
Well, no, the roof got tore up on that other one and nobody ever did anything about it and it's ruined. And they got in there and tore a bunch of stuff out and it never was fixed, so it's, I
So
don't know
Chief
if
come
it's,
out and looked at mine the other day, and he's interested in it. And I would like to, if we can make it happen, I would like for them to get some use out of it. I know I talked to you about it, somebody, you getting some use out of it. And, right there is where I wanna put the fuel farm. It's off on the end of the ramp. We can still do a self-serve pump for our,
App fuel.
Hunter low lead. And then our MoGas for our vehicles, part of our gas tank, it's split. So half of it, or more than half of it, but part of it's for gas and the other part is for road gasoline. And then over there, next to in front of that, crew house that's there now is our diesel tank. So I would like to get all that encompassed together and build a fuel farm right there and put the self-serve there. And then if they want to use the self-serve, they can just taxi over to that. They can fuel right there and taxi right off the ramp, and it'll be out of the way of the RF station and stuff. So
I think
that's,
we pretty much understand that. We can move on to the next one, but, also, we've corrected are we idiot-proof for filling up the wrong gas, wrong fuel? Because I remember after we had the deal in Las Cruces, remember when they filled up the jet with the 100 low lead or whatever, or vice versa, and the jet took off and crashed?
now that's, if you put jet fuel in a piston engine, that's where you're,
So a jet engine will burn?
yes.
Okay. So whatever, it was done, but they said there was all these special handle attachments to prevent that, and we didn't have that?
Right. Well, the thing is, you can't put, you can, but it's very hard to put jet fuel in a piston engine airplane because the nozzle is what they call a duckbill. It's shaped like that. The one that is supposed to be on there at all times. Now, they make a round nozzle that you can put on your jet to fuel helicopters. Because some helicopters, some of the medevac helicopters that we have coming there, that duckbill nozzle will not fit in there. Be just the way they're designed. So you have to use that round nozzle, but you're supposed to switch it
So
out.
we fixed it?
But what he did was put avgas, 100 low lead, in a jet engine airplane. So an avgas nozzle is about that big around. It'll go in there, not a problem. So that's just come with training. Just more training, and that's how we fixed that, was more training. You can't.
We did that?
Yeah, just, how many months ago, what was that, a month or two ago?
That was,
We caught it before the guy took off.
Yeah.
And we had to pump it all and get,
Oh, my gosh.
whatever we had to do.
we didn't end up taking any of it out. What ended up happening, when I talked to the owner of the airplane, and I told him, this is what we'll do. And I knew that the plane would run just fine on no more than what was in there, but I didn't tell him that. So he called Cutter Aviation, which is the gurus for his airplane, and they told him, said, man, you can just fill it up with jet fuel and go, you're good.
Okay.
You can actually run a jet engine off of 100 low lead gas. The thing is, it just has to be rebuilt. So
Sooner?
sooner. It gets about half the life out of
Because
it.
which one's kerosene, jet fuel?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Virtually kerosene, okay. Gotcha.
So the next item on the list is replacement of vehicles. So
Well, we got a new GPU coming, don't we?
yes, we do.
We got a tug coming, don't we?
Tug, no.
I thought we'd come up with something that we were gonna use to pull in place of a tug. So we got the GPU coming
We've got the GPU and a lav cart
and a
coming.
lav cart coming.
Now,
okay.
we've got, an electro tug
Mm-hmm.
out there that's fairly new. And then we've got an older tug out there that hooks up a different way. And when I got there, it was in the shop, it wasn't running. Well, these new guys I got working out here got that thing running. So we're gonna start utilizing it to pull around the smaller aircraft that's,
Is that the one that's just got the hand on the motor on it and you go up there and you walk with it?
we do have some of those, but no, this is the one that you
just like a
ride
little-
on.
Yeah.
It's like
okay.
you see at the bigger airports, they drag the wagons around with.
Yep.
It's one like that.
Okay.
So, we got it going, so they're gonna start using it to move the smaller aircraft around that is, difficult to hook up to on that electro tug. One thing that's not on here, I've been working with, Avfuel. So, before our inspection last month, or I guess it was this month, I took our, 3,000 gallon jet fuel truck out of service because the issues that thing had and has got, it would not pass inspection during our inspection. So I made the
So
decision
you
to
pulled the
take it out
look
of
over there
service.
play?
Sir?
You pulled the old look over here, don't look over here?
Yes, I did. So I took it out of service and I hit it, but since I took it out of service, I cannot put it back into service until the issues are fixed. It's got several leaks, the rear hose reel on it, it's got 2 over-the-wing hose reels and a single point. So the rear over-the-wing hose reel, when I got here, the nozzle was half apart. The handle for the nozzle is zip tied to the interlock system to lock it in place so that we can move the truck and use it. And it's got several issues, the meters are bad. And so anyway, I got with Trent Reeder with Avfuel, and he is, the email I got from him, he's waiting on a company called Basco to give him some numbers on it. But right now, to do a refurb on it, we're looking at $40,000 to $50,000. And what they'll do is they'll come get the truck, and I can get a loaner out of them. So if it happens to where it's done during the summertime, we still have 2 trucks. But they'll come get the truck, they'll load it on a lowboy, they'll take it to wherever they do their restorations, and they'll go through that truck.
They'll bring you one to use?
And they'll
So what are
bring
you
us,
using now?
we're using our 5,000 gallon. So we've got 2 trucks. And, the 5,000 gallon is a newer truck, it's on an international chassis, and, 3,000 gallon is on a crane carrier chassis. So what they'll do is just take it and refurbish it bumper to bumper, and they'll go as far as new paint job, polishing the tanks, all kinds of stuff. I'm not really looking for a new paint job on it. I'm looking more to get it, get all the plumbing fixed and get it, the working order. I'm not real worried about cosmetics, because the paint job is not that bad a shape. So, that's something that I would really like to do. This other stuff that needs to be replaced, I kind of left this one alone. This is the one that was done prior. The pickups yes, we do need to start looking at, eventually replacing those 3 pickups we got out there. We got a utility truck. It's, F-250, so it's a 3/4 ton, but it's got a utility bed on it. It's got a fuel tank in the back, an air compressor on it, and it's got, the side toolboxes and everything. And then, the other one we have is an F-350, and it's just got a regular pickup bed on it. And an F-150's got a.
And what are those used for?
They use them to do the runway checks and maintenance, airfield maintenance and stuff like that is what they're used for.
We need a F-150 to do that? I mean, a 350?
Well, they also have snowplows.
Okay, there you go.
On the F-350 and the F-250, both of them have, snowplow attachments on them.
Real quick, can you explain to me the Airport Command Unit? I don't know what that is.
I think the airport command unit would be the
Is
truck
that-
that I drive.
Is that the truck, that's the new one that came in that you have?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's, prior to me getting here, we've got a, Tahoe out there, and that's what the airport manager drove. And since I got here, I got this new truck, what I plan on doing is taking all the radios and lights and stuff out of that Tahoe and turn it into a courtesy car. So I know.
So you got 2 right now?
Right now,
From the village plus the Sierra Blanca one?
from Sierra Blanca Motors, we have 2 vehicles, and the village, we have if I turn that Tahoe into one, we'll have that one plus a Ford Explorer.
I thought the police department,
He has
That's
one.
the Ford Explorer.
That's
With the blue
Ford
stripe?
Explorer. Yes, sir.
Well, I thought there's another one.
He mentioned yesterday that he's gonna put one out of service and he's gonna donate that also, or
Yeah, we need to make sure
Transfer.
before we sell it that it's, if we need it, we can put it out there. Okay, and then you talked about the UTV, for the guys to be able to
Right.
have.
And that was already on this plan from last year, but that's something, what I would like to do is still get that, and I would like to get something that I can dedicate for customer service. So
So it has a bed on it?
it'll have a bed on it that we can put people's luggage in. That way, we're not taking it out there and loading rocks and gravel and dirt in it and hauling stuff around and then coming and putting somebody's nice luggage in the back of it.
Yeah.
So I want to get something, I would like to get something that's dedicated for the customer service, and that'll
Well-
help move us away from getting the vehicles on the ramp.
Like, I mean, are you, to haul the people in too? Or just their luggage?
Mainly just their luggage.
Okay.
I mean, if
So it wouldn't,
if an elderly couple comes in and they want to ride up there, if we get one like the new one that the fire department's got, that's got the 2 bench seats in it, the crew cab, then yes, we can give a couple of people a ride.
Do you have golf carts out there?
We have 2, but I'm getting ready to put one of them in auction. I guess something had happened to it at some point, and they started pulling wires apart and pulling stuff out of it, and nobody knows what. So it's
Well, there's a
kinda-
guy in town that fixes that kind of stuff, you leave.
And I think, from what I was told, it has already been to him once. So, but, a golf cart or a UTV or, something that we can use to do something like that with.
Is this the same one that was in consideration that could be used as a tug? Because that F-150
maybe.
can be used as a tug too, is what I was
It
told.
can if we put a hitch on the front of it.
On the front of it.
On the front of it, yes. When you're doing a pushback on an airplane, you don't want to push back off the rear of the vehicle,
Okay,
because it's like backing a wagon
yeah.
and too many pivot points. So if we put a hitch on the front of it, it can be used for something like that. The F-150 has a winch on it currently. The golf cart, same way, it can be used if we put a hitch on the front of it. But now that we got that tug running, that alleviated that.
Okay.
So I don't have to build something on the front of a golf cart.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and then we've already covered hangars, because you're gonna be talking to,
Yes, sir.
and then we'll have to find out, and you're talking about VOR building, the village, for leasing them, or are you talking about for individuals? Either or?
I don't remember what I had on there.
That was goal 10-7, air travel customer service, additional hangars.
Okay, the air travel, customers, stuff like that, that's what I was saying, if, on our big hangar, if we wanted to rent
Right.
out that entire thing to an A and P and build another hangar, but another hangar, or another, if we build another FBO, then we kinda need an FBO hangar to go along with it. So when people come in with their jets, stuff, and they just want overnight parking, and then we can just park it in a hangar.
Sure. Well, how many hangars
that
do
would
we
be-
own now? We've purchased 2 in the last couple of years.
Right, and, one of them is, well, they're both rented.
Well, we were supposed to save one for overnights, and we have?
Yeah, the one that's, the long one that we got,
That we were,
it's, one half of it was, I guess, the guy that was renting it from the person that the village bought it from, they let him maintain his monthly rent. And then the other half of it is for people that just, we have used it for.
I don't remember that. They were supposed to be cleared out, and we were gonna be, Joe's in the back, I'll ask him, is we were gonna maintain those for just overnight rentals.
Yeah, I don't recall anybody being allowed.
No,
to
we weren't
stay in.
supposed to be renting it to nobody.
Okay, well,
I'll,
that's.
I'll talk to Joe and find out. The land lease,
And
It would
then,
just been a rental, but some sort of agreement.
because we bought 2.
Yes.
and then the other one, the smaller one of the two, we did end up renting it out. And, the rent on it is $600 a month, I believe, is what I did with it. Cause it hadn't been rented out for, nightly use. And
Well, the only time we really have them was we were generator proposed, the proposal to us was, it was just during basically summer months, and then especially when we have a lot of rain or mountain hail forecast,
right.
that we would have a place to run them in, and that the overnight rental would way surpass the monthly rentals, what we were sold. So we'll talk to the salesman in the back. Is that everything we got?
I believe so.
Thanks,
Okay.
Lee, appreciate it.
Thank you, Lee.
Yeah, we just need to get all that written down and find out at least if they do have one.
So I have documentation of land leases and hangar leases, but I don't have a documentation of any kind of everything I have is to someone specifically on year annual or monthly basis. I don't have.
some sort of rental agreement.
Does this guy have a rental agreement? The one you rented him, $600 a month.
Yes.
He does that, where'd you get the rental agreement?
We did it,
Is it one that came before the governing body? Because those would be continual. I haven't seen any that are just like one.
I have to
time.
get with, Brittany on that and see what kind of agreement we did on that.
Because everything I have is on a continued basis.
But I'm pretty sure that this one went through.
I don't remember nothing about
You have to have
that.
a certificate of insurance and from the owner of the plane and all that has to be.
Right.
All right, well, let's break for lunch, everybody, and then we'll have water,